Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. This is Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1613 of the War News stream. And tonight we have very big news, especially out of Ukraine and Russia, and also some news out of Iran as well. Right now, we've just gotten word that Iran is threatening missile attacks on Ukraine and Britain, apparently again today in a very big escalation. Also, Russian logistics and refineries over 2,000 kilometers away from the Ukrainian border are burning amid the strikes that's taking place today. And also, North Korea is sending 30,000 more troops to Russia to go straight into the meat grinder, and that's a very big story as well. But it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to cover in the past 24 hours of the news from around the world, as we have been able to hear of significant developments, particularly in Eastern Europe today, and also from the Middle East as well, as significant developments have started to form inside the war in Ukraine, as Ukrainian long-range drone attack forces were able to conduct attacks deep within the Russian Federation and inside of the Siberian regions. As Ukrainian drones made their way across the Urals, explosions were reported in Yekaterinburg and Tyumen, a wild berries distribution facility being the target within the city of Yekaterinburg, and a major oil refinery being hit and knocked out in Tyumen as a result of Ukrainian drone attacks that were conducted over the course of the day. We have been able to see that additionally, while those attacks were ongoing, President Zelensky has clarified the reason and purpose of the strike on the Kirov factory overnight, and we also were able to get additional reports that Ukrainian armed forces have been causing even farther damage to Russian shipping, not only within the Black Sea, as several more vessels were hit within that area today, but we also were able to hear of breaking developments coming from the Caspian Sea as the armed forces of Ukraine went out of their way to target and destroy a Russian vessel or an Iranian vessel that was transporting weapons or some sort of goods for weapons production to the Islamic Republic of Iran. As a result of that, the Islamic Republic of Iran has now openly threatened the state of Ukraine with imminent attacks within the next 24 hours unless they cease hostile actions against the Islamic Republic of Iran and its national interests, of which the Ukrainians have given no reply and appear to be adamant that they will continue on whatever military actions they deem necessary to work against the Russian Federation and in support of their Western allies. Additionally, we have also been able to hear that while the Islamic Republic of Iran gave that threat to the state of Ukraine, an additional threat was also issued to the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, where the threat was issued that if the United Kingdom does not stop its support of U.S. military operations, the Islamic Republic of Iran will attack any territories, holdings, assets, or belongings of the United Kingdom within range of Iranian missile forces imminently within the next 24 hours, meaning that Ukraine and the UK both have a threat standing against them by the Islamic Republic of Iran, and it is unclear at this moment whether or not the Iranians have any real thoughts to follow through on that attempt. Meanwhile, the Ukrainian armed forces have been able to hold off the Russian armed attacks throughout the day, including another attempted major armored assault near to the town of Shakove on the Dobropilia front, which has left the Russian Federation once again significantly hurt compared to the amount of good that they got out of that attack. Most of the armored vehicles were destroyed in the attempted attack, and it does appear the Ukrainian frontline forces were able to consolidate and hold their lines over the course of this day. Additionally, we have also been able to hear from the city of Kyiv that President Volodymyr Zelensky from the Ukrainian SBU and the Ukrainian GUR has been able to get additional information giving an understanding that 30,000 North Korean soldiers may be sent to the Russian Federation at some point here in the near future to be involved in wartime activities in support of the Russian armed forces. Additionally, we've also been able to hear that the Italians have offered to take Fedorov off the Ukrainians' hands because it's becoming far too much to handle at this point, and we've also been able to hear that a Chinese national has been arrested in Mons at a NATO headquarters for allegations involving some sort of intelligence gathering, at least according to the claims that were made during the arrest today. Outside of that, we've also been able to hear that within the Middle East, the United States of America appears to have ceased its strikes, not to prepare for a larger strike campaign against the Islamic Republic of Iran, but to return back to negotiations. As the president said today, that the pen is far more powerful than the sword, and that there is far more ground and room to be made with the Islamic Republic of Iran, and some form of diplomatic negotiations and possibly concessions than ever could be made in the course of war. At the same time, the United States did strike a vessel that was attempting to break the U.S. blockade line today at the Gulf of Oman, and we also were able to get some additional reports that the Islamic Republic of Iran appears to be quite well entrenched in its current position of continuing on the war and continuing to try and drive Western interests basically into the dirt. At the same time, Saudi Arabia has engaged in active battles today along the Saudi-Yemeni border within the Houthi lands, and a significant airstrike campaign was also conducted against a Houthi strongpoint within the area of Ad-Dali, with the Yemeni Houthis also giving a publicized statement today onto the situation and what the Yemeni Houthis are planning to achieve on a larger strategic overview against the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We have also been able to hear that there was a large explosion in Kirkuk, most likely from an Iranian attack, and we also were able to hear as well that there were further developments around the world, including some small developments from Venezuela. But before we get on into I forgot one more big thing before we get on into the actual news coverage. The president of Kazakhstan today, in a meeting with Vladimir Putin, actually stated that he is no longer in support of the war and generally never was. If anything, he was indifferent to it, and that the Russian Federation should cease the war with Ukraine and begin some form of negotiations or possibly territorial concessions to return the situation back to normal, as the ongoing war in Ukraine is certainly not beneficial, not only for the Russian Federation, but the entirety of the world within this area, including specifically Central Asia, which includes Kazakhstan. But outside of that, we are going to be making sure to get into all of the news that we have tonight, starting with our largest stories first, and then moving our way on down into the smaller stories throughout the night. And suffice it to say, folks, tonight is a pretty impressive night of news, especially coming out of the Eastern European regions from the war in Ukraine. And so moving us on out of all of that summary, it's time for us to get on into our largest piece of news, which is going to be bringing us once again into the Russian Federation. As many of y'all will know, Ukrainian drone attacks, as seen yesterday, were largely starting to travel deep inside of the Russian Federation, with drone attack vectors once again circling around Moscow and striking targets deeper within the country, including the regions of Yaroslavl, Ivanovo, Vladimir, and Nizhny Novgorod. And we also were able to see that a drone attack vector had started in earnest through the area of Belgrade, Voronezh, Tambov, and generally the Saratov Oblast. From what we understand, this is the attack vector that is the most important for our news analysis tonight, as these drones not only pressed deep into the Russian Federation within the Volga River region, region, but also passed well beyond it, making their way to the Ural Mountains and then crossing the Ural Mountains in what is generally a rare form of an attack. Recently, Ukrainian drones have been able to harness the capacity and technological capabilities to be able to ford or generally climb the Ural Mountains and make their way into Siberia, which is technically the Asian part of the Russian Federation, and since then we have seen that some attacks have been conducted by Ukrainian drone forces across the Ural Mountains, particularly on Omsk, Tyumen, Yekaterinburg, and Chelyabinsk intermittently. These attacks are fairly rare, and we do not see them happening a great deal of the time. Most of the time we see that the Ukrainians' drone attacks are more so focalized or the heaviest around the areas just south of Moscow and up to the Volga River, and everything south of that. Some attacks are conducted in the St. Petersburg area as well, but once again, that's a little bit more on the infrequent side compared to the larger number of attacks that are conducted within this area directly near to the Ukrainian border. These attacks, however, today appear to be quite voluminous in size and have been able to conduct even more damage to Russian logistics and critical infrastructure that is vital for their ongoing war efforts, at least according to Ukrainian claims. Videos started to emerge from the Yekaterinburg city area, once again directly over the Ural Mountains, inside of the Asian part of Russia, named Siberia, and we were able to see some of the Ukrainian long-range drones pressing on to their final targets in this clip right here.
It's kind of a larger one. It's like kind of like a slow-moving one, too.
Yeah, it's interesting. It looks like an FP1 or an FP2, but it is moving quite slow, and that may be for fuel economy, possibly. That's what I was thinking when I was watching this earlier, is that maybe they're extending the range by flying these at a far slower speed, which allows for them to be able to stretch possibly the fuel resources and keep it going over far longer ranges with the same variants of drone being used, possibly. Not entirely sure on that, folks, and of course, we're still trying to figure out what the secret sauce is that the Ukrainians are starting to use these days that are getting these small drones into 2,000-kilometer long strike distances or strike vectors, which is absolutely impressive and is quite literally in the same range as some of the longest range cruise missiles in the world at this point. And these drones, once again, are largely beating almost everyone's expectations.
Блять. Сука, сейчас въебет где-то.
Also note that there is practically no air defense to be heard or seen. We didn't really see any anywhere. The Russian Federation actually does not have a lot of air defenses, even in the form of light machine guns or AK-equipped company personnel within this part of Russia, because it's rarely ever expected that a drone attack would make it here, or much less a drone could ever make it there at all. So for this reason, we generally understand that most cities that have come under attack today, including Tyumen and Yekaterinburg, had practically no air defenses really to speak of whatsoever when the attacks were being conducted. We were able to see that this drone that we just saw in the clip in Yekaterinburg was able to land a significant blow within the city. It was actually aiming for the wild berries distribution facility and successfully hit it, leading to another major fire on another major wild berries distribution facility, and this is the first one of its type inside of Siberia. And here's the clip.
I think at this point, I think the wild berry is pretty much all over the place. I heard that one in Crimea got hit apparently yesterday. That's another one that happened. That's obviously Crimea is a bit of a hell show at this point, and now they're hitting them way far out in the mainland Russian territory. So it seems like no wild berries are safe.
It doesn't really seem like any wild berries is safe. The one in Simferopol was, I believe, hit about 2 days ago. I'm not entirely sure. It was either yesterday or the day before, and it literally burned all the way down to the ground. There's nothing left of that facility. We'll be showing you all a damage assessment of the one that was hit in St. Petersburg, and it looks like about half or a little less than half of the facility was hit and burned down from the last attacks, but we are seeing that wild berries facilities quite literally everywhere are not impervious to Ukrainian drone attacks, and the Ukrainians are continuing to strike every single one of them that's within range. And we can see this one here in Yekaterinburg also being hit as well, right here. And we can see the smoke rising from that recent impact on the wild berries facility. Some pretty heavy hits, to say the least. Here's another picture showing the Wildberries facility well on fire. We can even see a Wildberries truck right there in the picture as well. I guess the distribution facility that they're going to is suffering an unexpected delay in the unloading and offloading process. We also were able to see another picture of the fire there as well. And moving us on into our last little bits of at least video that we have, we were able to get one showing the Wildberries employees actually making a run out of the building after the first drone it made impact and started the fire that we've seen in all of the other clips so far. Here's that clip. You know, I didn't expect this, but they actually have them dressed up like little blueberries.
Yeah, they kind of do. I thought they were nurses for a minute or something, because they had those people standing in the other video too. I was like, what is that? Some nurses on the side of the road? But I guess that's the distribution house workers.
I guess so. Kind of a weird sort of a uniform. I'm not going to lie. Like, it's on brand, but I didn't expect them to be wearing purple like a blueberry. Of
Oh
course.
wow, the cars are all on fire in the parking lot. They're all the workers' cars are burning.
Wait. Oh, bro, this guy's throwing his hands over his head. He's like, awfully at. Bro, it's probably his car that's on fire.
Dang. Yeah, that whole lot's going to end up probably burning unless the fire department shows up, which I wouldn't have too much faith in that.
Man, I would have to tell y'all, folks, historically, the one thing they never have faith in Russia is the fire brigade. Sadly. They're not as competent as all of the firefighting teams here in the United States or around the world, like in Ukraine, for example. They seem to be a little bit deficient in knowledge and training. But we also were able to see outside of this attack in Yekaterinburg that even deeper inside the Russian Federation, at the city of Tyumen, exactly 2,000 kilometers away from the Ukrainian border, we were able to see that the Tyumen refinery has also been targeted and hit today as well. Pictures started to show smoke rising from the refinery from the citizens that were beginning to look towards the area from the city of Tyumen. And we also were able to see further information and details showing that the refinery truly is boiling at this point. A Ukrainian drone appears to have hit incredibly close to the condenser unit at the Tyumen refinery, which has now resulted on a fire breaking out along the pipeworks of the facility near to the condenser. And we also were able to see that in this video as well, that multiple strikes had been made on the Tyumen refinery, at least 3 that we could count here on this video.
8 взорвалось.
We also were able to see another clip of the start of the fire here in the first hit by a Ukrainian drone.
На наших глазах взорвали НПЗ.
And lastly, we also got this picture as well showing a second plume of smoke that had been caused by a second Ukrainian drone that had hit the refinery, knocking out another critical oil refinery of the Russian Federation, and one of the few that has been so far untouched, at least from what we've seen from a Ukrainian drone attack. The Ukrainian drone forces appear to be conducting a dual-pronged attack at this point, at least strategically, against the oil refineries, which are still a priority target of the Ukrainian drone forces, but also against the Wildberries distribution facilities of the Wildberries company within the Russian Federation. From what we understand, at least according to the Ukrainian explanation of the situation from the office of the President Volodymyr Zelensky, it appears that the strategy is two-pronged. One, through the attacks on the oil refineries, they're once again making sure that Russia will not have any fuel, and that the fuel shortages that are now plaguing the Russian Federation, driving the economy to near total halt, and also leading to significant civil unrest within the country, will continue. While the attacks on the Wildberries distribution facility are also generally two-pronged as well, and now we're kind of getting into the splitting hairs category of the strategic side of things. For one, it's to disrupt Russian civilian logistics to an extent, at least that's what some Ukrainian officials have stated, and President Zelensky has stated that the Wildberries facility allegedly is involved in the transportation of Chinese dual-purpose goods, or military goods, and they're being transported via the Wildberries facility to be able to try and give some sort of veil of civilian innocence to it, so that way the Ukrainians are now able to target and hit Russian logistics that are moving through those facilities, at least allegedly according to the Ukrainians' claims. And for that reason, that's why they're conducting strikes against both of these targets. One, to keep the fuel shortage going, and two, to stop the supply, at least according to the Ukrainians' theory, of military logistics throughout the Russian Federation that's being supported by these distribution facilities and that particular company, allegedly. We've also been able to see as well that the Ukrainian armed forces did also strike the Kirov factory yesterday, which is involved in the production of some equipments for the war effort in the Russian Federation. And we also were able to see that President Zelensky did post a video of the attack and also say the following about this attack within the Kirov area that occurred yesterday. Ukraine continues applying long-range sanctions in response to Russian strikes, and last night, the warriors of our defense forces hit targets across different regions of Russia that are fueling this war. Once again, a plant in Kirov was struck, the one supplying components for the weapons Russia uses to attack our people. That's about 1,200 kilometers from Ukraine's border. Also hit were the oil refinery in Tyumen, a logistics facility in Yekaterinburg, and a fuel and lubricants depot in Rostov-on-Don. We also achieved very strong results with long-range strikes in the Caspian Sea, including vessels used in military cargo shipments involving Iran, as well as a warship. Thank you for these results, and Slava Ukraini. But more importantly here, we can see that they are mentioning the strike that was done against the Russian surface-to-air missile plant, which is based out of the city of Kirov. And we are able to see that the Ukrainians are also trying to deprive the Russians of war industry that produces the actual goods or weapons of war that the Russian Federation keeps using against the state of Ukraine. So far in the war, the Russian Federation has gotten to a point of such bad desperation that S-300 and S-400 air defense missiles have actually been converted into ground attack missiles and have been used in recent cruise and ballistic missile attacks against the state of Ukraine, meaning that by striking this facility, not only are they able to knock out the Russian Federation's air defense forces and their logistical capabilities, but they're also able to limit, at least to some extent, the ballistic missile attacks that the Russian Federation has been conducting as of recently. We've also been able to see that as a result of one of the statements from Zelensky, there's a larger international development now happening in between Ukraine and another country that's been dominating headlines here on this channel for months on end, generally throughout the entirety of this year. One of the things that Zelensky mentioned in that statement in the Kirov city area was that the Ukrainian armed forces had hit a ship carrying military cargo in the Caspian Sea to the Islamic Republic of Iran. And we were able to confirm that Zelensky did state that a cargo vessel carrying military supplies between Iran and Russia in the Caspian Sea had been hit by a Ukrainian drone attack, and we were able to hear that apparently, according to the Iranian Foreign Ministry, they stated that the Ukrainian attack on an Iranian commercial vessel in the Caspian Sea triggered an explosion, killing one of the crew members and injuring others. This is a very interesting sort of a situation here. The first time ever that we've seen that the Ukrainian armed forces have conducted an attack against a Iranian-flagged vessel within the Caspian Sea, or anywhere in the world for that matter, carrying military cargoes, either from Russia to Iran or from Iran to Russia. This has resulted in the Islamic Republic of Iran issuing a threat to the state of Ukraine that's generally stated the following along with the United Kingdom, that they must cease any and all actions against the Islamic Republic of Iran, or they will be conducting ballistic missile strikes in a 24-hour period from the deadline being issued. Meaning that as of this moment right now, the Islamic Republic of Iran is not only threatening the state of Ukraine with some form of imminent attack here within the future, but they're also threatening the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. But generally, that threat is of a whole different veil. Both of the threats were given equally and also at the same time by the Islamic Republic of Iran that they would be conducting ballistic missile attacks against both countries, but for different reasons. And for now, we're going to just focus on the Ukrainian threat that we're seeing at the moment. Iran is saying that if Ukraine does any further hostile actions against the Islamic Republic of Iran, that they will, within probably about 20 hours from now, conduct a ballistic missile attack against the state of Ukraine. And right now, a lot of people are wondering whether the Iranian threat really has any actual bluster to it. Is that a legitimate threat that the Islamic Republic of Iran has made, or a lot of people thinking that's nothing more than hot air? Because the Iranians probably know better than to mess with Ukraine, because Ukraine does have drones that can reach and hit almost anything within the Islamic Republic of Iran, and Ukraine might be able to conduct a little bit more damage on Iran in a way that matters than maybe even the United States could, at least right now. So Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so while Ukraine is dealing with the Russians quite effectively, and as you can see, the Russians are quite on the back foot. Their logistics places are getting hit, all their forces are losing, the frontline situation is completely stalled for the Russians, and not only that, but the entire Russian economy is going down the toilet because we're seeing the stock market take huge dives every single day. Ukraine's now taking on the fight with Iran too, and helping out the United States. They did strike a vessel, or maybe two vessels, in the Caspian Sea that were allegedly transporting weapons for the Iranians from from Russia down to Iran, and now Tehran is getting upset because now they weren't expecting Ukraine to jump into this situation, so now they're threatening to strike Ukraine out of the midst of all that. So what are your thoughts? 55% said it seems like an empty bluff, while 24% said Iran will strike Ukraine soon, and 13% said Ukraine will strike Iran first over this threat. And I would say this. First of all, let's examine if Iran even has the capability to even hit Ukraine. They do have a long enough range weapons to do it. They have missiles and drones that can reach Ukraine. That is true, and we know that for a fact. But the problem is, how do they get them there? Because you might notice in between Iran and Ukraine is Turkish airspace and also the airspace of the Russian Caucasus as well. Now, Russia would probably let it go through. They would probably let it go through their airspace for the most part, but Turkey's definitely not. They would shoot it down if they saw it coming their way because they wouldn't know if it's going for them or going for Ukraine. They wouldn't know who it's going for, so they would shoot it down out of an abundance of caution. And they also might shoot it down if it even goes over the Caucasus. They might still try to shoot it down possibly. So Iran has a bit of a problem sending something to Ukraine because they have to get through all that airspace. That's a main problem right there. So I would say this. If Iran tried to do it, it would likely fail just because they can't get it there. But that doesn't mean they're not going to try. But I have a feeling, though, that it's probably an empty bluff. I'm with the 55%. They're just really pissed off that they didn't get their weapons. That's what they're really angry about. And they're just trying to lash out and show their frustration, basically. But Enforcer, what say you?
The Iranians are lashing out like a fiend who has not gotten their fix as of this week. A very unfortunate calamity for the Islamic Republic of Iran. But I generally would be within the category that says that they might try. I would generally be with Matthew. I think they would legitimately try because we have to remember, everyone, that while the Islamic Republic of Iran does say quite a great deal, Ukraine is not a NATO state. So if Iran attacks Ukraine, there's really no one else that's going to be jumping in to do anything about that, at least in theory. So the Iranians possibly could conduct a ballistic missile attack against the state of Ukraine and try and hit them in some way or form. But the real question is whether that would succeed, and also, what in the world would that bring around from the Ukrainians? We do understand that a lot like the Islamic Republic of Iran, which currently has thousands of ballistic missiles in stockpiles, the state of Ukraine has thousands, probably if not tens of thousands, of drones that are also stockpiled as well at this point, and could be pulled out to be used at any moment. The Ukrainians have such a large drone production capacity that for a long time now, we've been under the assumption that they're not even using anywhere close to the total volume of drones produced per day in the long-range category, meaning the Ukraine truly does have a humongous amount of drones and a humongous ability to be able to start flinging those at another target, like the Islamic Republic of Iran, or start intensifying and increasing their attacks on Russia far beyond the attacks that we're seeing right now. The Islamic Republic of Iran, if they wanted to attack Ukraine, would have to fire ballistic missiles in a ballistic trajectory, so a straight shot line, right to Ukraine, meaning that their missiles would fly over Armenian, Azerbaijani, and Georgian airspace, highly likely, or even Turkish airspace, to be able to try and hit some targets within Ukraine. On the other hand, Ukrainian drones are able to just fly around. And then you just fly straight through Russia, right in the Caspian, and make it into Tehran, or anywhere else within northern Iran, including the areas where those ballistic missiles may be launched at Ukraine, which would be probably from the Tabriz area or the Tehran region. So this is not really a smart idea by the Islamic Republic of Iran. I would have to be honest with you all. The U.S. It might have done some damage on the Islamic Republic of Iran, but the state of Ukraine has the most advanced, I guess you could say, doctrine and principles of warfare that we currently see in the modern day with their long-range strike capabilities. And if the Islamic Republic of Iran messes or trifles with the wrong group, which would be the Ukrainians, we might see the Ukrainians could actually inflict more damage on Iran than the U.S. might have been able to, possibly. So I would say it's probably not smart for the Iranians to even try that one, and I have a feeling that the Ukrainians also understand that sort of position, that this would be a long-range strike war between the two sides. There would never be a ground war or Iran joining in on the ground war in Ukraine, and if they tried to, they just blow up the ships that were going into Russia that were carrying the troops. So I think the Ukrainians understand they've got the upper hand here, and if the Iranians want to try something, they can, but Ukraine's not going to stop anything that they're doing right now as a result of that threat.
Also, isn't it quite nice that Ukraine was just, so kind enough to, out of the goodness of their heart to go and help us out by hitting those Russian shipments in the Caspian Sea? I mean, that was a very nice thing for Ukraine to do because they didn't have to do that. It really didn't benefit them to do it, but it clearly benefited the United States quite a bit. So that was quite nice of Ukraine to pull that off because obviously it might provoke some response from Iran. They could try to hit Ukraine. So they're kind of putting themselves in the path of danger just to do the U.S. a favor. So, all the people out there saying that Ukraine's not really doing much good for the United States, that kind of ruins that argument right there in its face. But I would say personally that if Iran has the balls to try to mess with Ukraine at that point, I mean, wouldn't it be fantastic if we could put together a coalition, like, for example, Ukraine, Israel, the Gulf states, and the United States, to launch a simultaneous attack on Iran to deal with them all at once? Like, that would be quite interesting to see.
That would be interesting. You see, you know what would be even more interesting is if we could get some of the units in the Ukrainian unmanned systems forces to deploy in the Middle East with their drones, and the U.S. could just ferry the drones to the unmanned systems forces for them to be able to conduct the drone attack portion of the conflict against Iran. That would be very helpful. I mean, that basically is taking the lack of drone capabilities we have, and we're just augmenting our armed forces with an element of the Ukrainians' unmanned systems forces, or the USF, that will be fighting alongside the United States. That would be quite nice, really, and quite convenient.
Yeah, I would say so. It's almost now if the United States was not above board, what some countries in the Middle East might do is they might stage a false flag to try to draw Ukraine into the conflict intentionally to get them involved in it. But the US, we steer clear of stuff like that. We don't go quite that far, at least most of the time. So, if it was anybody else, they might do something like that. But it would be interesting though. Honestly though, from my perspective, I really don't want Ukraine to have to get bogged down with Iran though, because that's going to take away munitions from their Russian objectives, and that they really need to tend to their own stuff right now, to be perfectly honest. That's going to start diverting stuff to a whole different theater, which they really don't need. And also, it might put Ukraine in jeopardy and might cause more problems for the United States at that point. But yeah, at least we're not some countries, You know what I'm saying? You get my drift?
I think I get your drift. I think I understand what you're saying there. And so I hope we have addressed that well, at least the best we can. And speaking of that threat that the Islamic Republic of Iran has given to Ukraine, there's also an equal threat that has been given to the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, which we will be getting into as well right here, right now. So, Matthew, go ahead and start getting that poll cooking up on that one as well. I'm pretty sure you have one on that. And we're going to talk about the threat that's been issued to the UK, which is a totally different reason that this threat's been given. And also, the UK is in a different position in Ukraine. The United Kingdom is a NATO member. The Iranian government today not only gave the threat to Ukraine, but also threatened the British as well. And we were able to hear that according to the statements made, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard spokesperson said that Britain would become a legitimate and certain target if if it supported U.S. military operations against Iran, citing the recent use of British airfields by the United States, including RAF Airford. B-1 bombers were launched at that airbase, and that's the whole point of contention between Iran and the UK. The spokesperson said the warning also applied to Gulf states and other countries backing the United States, but generally this was aimed directly at Britain. So we are seeing that there has been a threat issued there as well. We're believing that one's a lot less imminent or serious than the situation with Ukraine, because not to drop the bombshell news here if y'all haven't heard it today, but the U.S. is basically backing off of the whole war at this point with Iran again. So it doesn't really look like they'll ever really come to fruition, because the U.S. isn't going to be bombing Iran from this point on, at least from what we know right now. The president might wake up tomorrow and decide that that was a mistake, and he's the smartest guy alive, and we'll start bombing Iran again or something like that. So we'll just have to see. But moving us on out of that threat by the Islamic Republic of Iran and back into the war in Ukraine, we have also been able to see that satellite photography came out from the St. Petersburg area, which let us see the damage that was caused to the wild berries distribution facility that was hit by a Ukrainian drone here in Novorossiysk in St. Petersburg and Shishari from the satellite photography, and it appears that a good third of the facility was completely burned down as a result of the attack. A part of it is still operational. The other half of the building on the north side is still running, but the rest of it's gone, largely, and it's been burned to the ground with most of the goods inside of it as well. And we also are able to see a picture here of the one that is also within St. Petersburg and Shishari as well, showing us that the wild berries facilities are largely going extinct, much like the old dodo. They're not going to be around much longer if the Ukrainians have anything to say about it. We also are able to see that just south of Moscow, we did put up a statement showing that the Russians were putting out a wide variety of drone alerts, And we do understand that a new Ukrainian drone attack is now forging its way into the Russian Federation and is once again taking almost the exact same attack vectors that we saw last night, with those drones hitting their targets just today, which we just covered. Moving us on out of that, we have also been able to see that further on down and inside the Black Sea, the Ukrainians also conducted an attack on another Black Sea fleet tanker, the motor vessel New Victory, and we were actually able to see a clip right here showing the ship and its condition after the attack. Here's the clip. Oh, correction, this is before. Look at that beautiful drone. Oh!
Ah.
That'd
So that's what it
rumbling.
looks like coming straight in. I always wonder what it looks like to get hit by one of those.
You know, man, after it hit and blew up, it almost sounded like this guy was living inside of a bass drum, like when it got hit by like a drumstick. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I'm sure his brain was probably rattling.
Man, probably. Look at that, though. It's like watching ye old kamikaze of World War II times coming on in.
Damn.
That's
They
something.
used to yell bonsai for it, something like that.
Oh, right on the bridge. We hear someone screaming. Why does that guy sound like Chekhov from Star Trek?
It kind of does. The dude does not sound like he's in the same location that the hit occurred. It sounds like he's coming from off the camera, like maybe beside or behind him or something. So I'm like, what the hell? Was he freaking out just because you heard it explode? It's like I don't think he's in the injury zone.
Man, he's literally at the bow, man. He's like an average European football player. The drone hit on one side of the ship. He's literally on the opposite side. He's going, oh, my leg! Man, it's like, dude, you're not even there. Like, you're way in another spot. It's like, what in the world happened to you?
طه في كيف الاكوموديشن اكوموديشن طه يا طه طه في الاكوموديشن طه في الاكوموديشن فوق.
I think that guy's just doing it for the effect at this point.
Yeah, I mean, everybody, the people that were actually standing up there, the ones that you see in front of the camera up there, it's like they're not even injured. So it's like this other dude that's yelling is not even, he wasn't near the actual impact point. I think he just might be having a panic attack or something.
Maybe. I guess he wasn't made for this whole drone attack thing. We also were able to see more footage of the damage up close on the bridge here as well. We're going to turn that down a little. The bridge is completely burned out. There's nothing left. We also see that it appears that the windows burst from the heat.
Is that somebody taking a leak behind the camera, or is that the water dripping?
I think that's water dripping, or someone's pissing like a racehorse. It's either one. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, they really did a number to the bridge. There's nothing left. Anything flammable, it's gone. So what does it do now? It just like floats adrift and you have to just like control the like throttle from the engine room or something?
There's backup systems, like you can control the engine directly from the engine room, and I believe there's an ability to operate the rudder motor independently. So generally, it like the ship is still movable under its own power and whatnot. It's just that it's going to be extremely difficult to do it because everyone's going to have to coordinate from like the rudder room and the engine room and everything else instead of all of it being centralized within the bridge for control and operation.
Yeah, it's just it's a dead ship though. It's basically dead.
Oh yeah, like this thing's dead. Like they can't really run it. The only way they can run it is getting it back to a port and then bringing it under the power of a tug to actually do the fine navigating once it gets to a port or within a port area. But this ship has been knocked out of action from the damage to the bridge. See them showing the engine room. Which appears to have actually suffered some sort of damage as well. It does sound like the engines are still running, however. And now we can see them wandering back outside once more onto the main deck of the vessel and looking back at the superstructure.
The dude having the panic attack must have calmed down as I don't hear him anymore.
Ah! Ah! But do you hear that?
Sound like a helicopter coming in.
I don't think so.
Or maybe a drone.
Yeah, I think that's a drone.
Oh, yeah, the way he's moving. Like, only it's a helicopter.
It looks like another one hit down near the base of the bridge because it looks a little smoky down there.
Yeah, I thought that was rescue for a minute. I thought maybe they were sending in the Coast Guard, but actually it wasn't the Coast Guard. That was the Coast Terra.
man, he said, I think that's a rescue helicopter. Little did he know it was the Grim Reaper coming back in to finish the job, man. Like,
oh, look, the rescue is here. Look, they're coming for us. Oh no, it's not landing safely. It's a hard landing.
Oh man, safety, of course, safety. But also, by the way, folks, the Ukrainians, I just want to make this clear before we get into the next story. The Ukrainians did us a solid, hitting that boat that was carrying weapons to Iran from Russia. So the United States decided to return the favor today, and apparently, according to some news that came out today, apparently the current administration warned Ukraine that it considers strikes on non-Russian tankers in the Black Sea unacceptable, and the warning followed a strike on a tanker chartered by a U.S. oil company in the Black Sea near Novorossiysk. Novorossiysk is also the terminus of the Caspian Pipeline Consortium, in which Chevron owns a 15% stake. The pipeline carries roughly 2% of global oil production. So, you don't look a gift horse in the mouth, as they always say, but it appears the U.S. might. So that's a little story for y'all right there. So now that we've gotten through all of this news down here in the great seas of the Caspian and the Black Sea, and all of the strikes that we've been able to see deep within the Russian Federation and Siberia, we have been able to hear, folks, that the greatest menace that we know of to this day, it is a tremendous concern, a great threat to the entirety of the world. Starving, malnourished North Koreans may be returning back to the war in Ukraine.
No, it can't be. It can't be. You're telling me the forces that had to get forcibly removed from the Russian front lines in Ukraine because they were literally so bad that the Russians were literally tripping over them and tripping over their feet because they were so useless, so they had to literally take them off the front lines. You're telling me they're back?
That's right, Matthew. It's the return of the North Koreans.
That is desperate, to say the least. Oh no, look at that. When you see a guy holding a weapon in a stance like that, wearing disco pants, these people are not qualified.
You know, this man looks like he's about to board a ship off the coast of Somalia and hold it hostage.
Well, I don't know about that.
I mean, that posture, man, I mean, that looks like he's at the front of a skiff, just firing the AK wildly in the general direction of the ship. He's also squinting quite heavily.
I think he's watched one too many Rambo movies or something, the way he's like stanced out like that. Like that is awful. Like that's not the way you like shoulder a rifle either. It's like, it's not even shoulder. He has like in his armpit.
Honestly, man, that's almost like the way you'd fire a Tommy gun, like in a gangster movie.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. He's like, he's watched one too many Western movies or something.
Really, man? I mean, like, this is pretty bad. I think you just got the guy in the middle with the mackerel in a prayer, hoping that would do something at a couple of 100 yards. But beyond that, the army of the starving is returning back to Ukraine, at least according to Ukrainian intelligence reports, and Zelensky actually made a statement about this today on Twitter, which we will read to you all. Russia wants to receive another 30,000 troops from North Korea. Since June, preparations have been underway in Russia's Voronezh region to receive them. North Korea is also preparing to transfer additional launchers for ballistic missiles to Russia. This is a threat not only to Ukraine. Russia is helping North Korea learn how to wage war, improve its weapons, and gain real combat experience in using them. All of this is a threat to everyone in Asia who is within range of North Korean missiles. So it does appear that the Ukrainians have been able to get credible intelligence that the army of the starving is back on its way. And as they say in the movies, the Juche strikes back. But a lot of people are starting to wonder, is this really going to do anything? The last time the North Koreans were here, they were 15,000 strong and had an entire infantry regiment on the front in the Battle of Kursk. In the resulting few weeks of battle that they were involved in, the unit faced 80% casualties and became combat inoperable due to the losses and had to be pulled from the line by the Russian army because the North Korean unit was so incompetent that it could hardly manage actual frontline operations without losing literally everybody alive who was there that day during an attack. So a lot of people are really starting to wonder whether or not the North Koreans are really going to be worth anything or really make a difference at this point, or whether the Ukrainians are just going to get 30,000 more free target practices on, say, some soldiers on the Russian side that are fighting in Russian uniforms, but they just happen to be North Koreans. And so, Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so Ukraine says, and I was horrified when I heard this today, they say that North Korea is deploying 30,000 more troops to Russia to fight Ukraine, so how serious is this? 44% said it's basically irrelevant. The North Korean forces are basically useless, while 33% said it's a concern, but it's not dire, and 19% said it's very serious. Ukraine is now disadvantaged due to a manpower issue that Russia is unfairly pulling on North Korea to try to fill. So I would say that I'm with the 32%. It's a concern, but it's not dire, because here's the problem. When the North Koreans were there the last time, they had no clue what they were doing. They don't have any realistic, real-world experience fighting a war, so they showed up completely unfamiliar with how the environment even operated. They were also being treated horribly by the Russians. The Russians were treating them like absolute idiots, basically, sending them out to their death on purpose because they just wanted to basically bully them for the most part. So that happened, and then they also got addicted to a very lewd imagery of women on their phone. So then when they weren't thinking about losing the war, they were thinking about the women on the phone. So that was going on in the midst of it. And then when they finally went out there, they were tripping over the Russians, and the Russians were tripping over them, and people were getting slaughtered because they couldn't even get their stuff together. So the 30,000 troops, that's a lot. That might last them maybe a month, maybe, at the rate Russia gets rid of people. But I don't think it's that big of a deal in reality. I think maybe it's just a concern, but not super dire. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that it's a bit of a concern because it's additional manpower, but I would say that it's not really anything of really significant threat or concern, because the North Koreans are combat ineffective for the larger part. And I see some people in the chat saying, well, I mean, the North Koreans may have learned, like they may have learned from the last time. Well, here's my question. Here's a big question for everyone here. Did the Russians learn from the past 4.5 years of fighting? No. They're still doing armored assaults right now in Donetsk. They finally found enough tanks to do it with, and they're trying the old tactics again that clearly didn't work at the beginning of the war. And so I would tell you 100%, if the Russians haven't learned anything from actively being involved in the war for 4.5 years, then the North Koreans sure as hell didn't learn anything from the last time. That's just a given fact of life, really. So I would be entirely honest with y'all. I would expect that the North Koreans are going to come back 30,000 strong, mostly infantry, maybe. They're going to get put on the front, and we're probably going to see that 80% casualties will resume within probably a month of them entering combat, and they'll be pulled off the line after losing basically everybody in the unit. So that's what I'm generally thinking. That's my 2 cents on the matter. I think that they're going to be a bit of a concern, but generally useless outside of the bodies that are going to be thrown into the body pool to be ground up by the Ukrainians.
It's really awful when you think about it, because Kim Jong-un, he knows his people are not qualified to go into a situation like that, but he's sending them anyway, because obviously, I mean, he treats the people as bad as that in normal life every single day. I mean, they don't like take care of the people at all inside of North Korea. That's why they're all starving. But I tell you, the North, they're about to send all the North Koreans back. They're about to get pounded, all 30,000 of them, by the Ukrainians for the entire month. Hey. They probably survive.
Whoa, hey, don't say it that way. You're going to get those North Korean guys excited too much. They're going to, whoa, calm down, buddy.
30,000 North Koreans pounded by Ukrainians.
Oh my god. Man, honestly, man, I mean, I got to tell you, folks, I mean, we've got to make sure to mention everybody that there's a factor in the war when it comes to the North Koreans, an unknown force, an unknown branch of the armed forces. Well, it's not really an armed force, but I guess you could say that they're definitely standing at attention that helps out on our side whenever the North Koreans get involved. And that's right, folks. The folks over in LA, the adult film industry, they help out like no other. Like Like, it's unbelievable. Once the North Koreans get into Russia and they get a phone, they are sitting there drooling, salivating over what most people would consider an average Saturday. So I'll have to tell you, folks, I've heard that the Ukrainian army is getting the barbecues and the adult films up and running and ready to go, so that way they can encourage as many surrenders and defections from the Korean People's Army as quickly as possible once they get to the front lines. So hopefully we'll be able to see that with Operation Meat, they'll be able to get most of them off the line probably within maybe the first few days, possibly. I mean, barbecue, it sells. It's its own thing, Oh, man, Kyle Beckman got the best one.
And also, in all seriousness, too, like outside of the lewd imagery that they got addicted to on their phones, which was, that was like the main issue. I mean, it's like a fish out of water at this point. I mean, they get over there, they have phones and an internet connection. For the first time in their lives, they have access to the World Wide Web, which to most people, that sounds crazy. Or like the first time in their life they have access to the web, but it is. I mean, it's the first time they have access to so much information at their fingertips like that. So, I mean, it's like a kid in a candy store. I mean, they're looking at everything. They're looking at the horrible stuff on one end, and then they're looking at like trying to find out about the Western movies, the actors they've heard about. I mean, it's just a free-for-all. And I mean, then they're being told to go out there and basically die on the front lines in the midst of that too.
Honestly, man, it's going to be something. But what's interesting, folks, though, is that the North Koreans do kind of keep a tight leash on the KPA, even when they're in Kursk, because out of the 80% attrition that regiment took in the Battle of Kursk, I believe that there were only 3 North Korean prisoners that were taken during the battle. As compared to the Russians, I believe there was hundreds that were taken during the battle. So, generally, they do keep a pretty tight leash on them. Unfortunately, that means that probably a lot of them will probably not surrender or defect, because they really don't know what would happen to them, and they'd probably be executed if they were found to try and they failed. So, I'll be entirely honest with y'all, it's going to be pretty gruesome for the 30,000 that are coming over, but it is what it is. It's war, and the Ukrainians have to do what they must to be able to hold the line and stop any further advances. So, moving us on out of that bit of news from the capital of Ukraine today, Kyiv, from the statement from President Volodymyr Zelensky, it is now time for us to move on and into the rest of the news that we have for the night. And to take a brief break, folks, from the war in Ukraine, we're actually going to be moving on down and into the Middle East for a little while. And I hate to tell y'all, folks, but if y'all thought things were only going to be getting better in the Middle East, I hate to tell you, it's not. But we will be making sure to cover it, and we're going to be making sure to cover it in our normal, happy, sing-song way, because at this point, I've just kind of consigned that there's absolutely no hope at this point, and so why be angry about it when we just have to accept the reality of the matter is that we have people in charge who have no clue what they're doing. But before we get on into that, I do have to say humongous thanks to everybody who has been here so far tonight. We have had a peak viewership tonight of nearly 20,000 people. We were only a few hundred short of that tonight, and 74,000 people have watched this stream in the first hour. And I gotta say that we're entirely honored and greatly appreciative to know that so many of y'all have been watching here tonight and considering this to be your primary source of news. We have a lot to go. We have a lot to go in the Middle East. There's definitely going to be a lot of analysis and a lot of discussion on the situation in that area today. And then we'll have to move on to the little update that we got out of Venezuela and the rest of the news that we got out of Europe and Ukraine combined. But before we get to all of that, I want to make sure that we take a brief pause here to get 3 questions from the chat before we move on into all of this. So, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so our first super chat of the night goes to Chris Feilbach. And thank you very much, Chris, for that very generous $100 support, the largest super chat of the night. And we do appreciate that very, very much. Very kind of you, by the way. He said, I learned on social media today that there's a Marmot-themed OnlyFans account. Now, that's crazy work right there.
Damn.
But they said, here's some money to support your research in this very important matter. Now, I don't know about I don't know about all that. There's some things out there that exist. I'll let them exist, and I'll have to just let them over there, leave them to their own accord right there. I don't know about that. That's crazy talk right there. But Enforcer, what say you?
Man, these marmots are something. Look at them. Beautiful creatures. Not even the meme like we have, the painting. Like, marmots are just pretty cool. Look, man, here's one of them actually on a rock looking at the scenery like that one we saw.
They really do, they're very contemplative creatures. They're very calm creatures, too. They're not aggressive, at least from what I've seen. I've seen them fight, but I haven't really seen, they haven't really been aggressive toward humans.
It looks like these are having a bit of a marital dispute. That's my money, woman! Like, it's like,
Man, average British geezer fight.
now it's not your money, it's our money. Now it's my money, and if I want to go to the pub and drink with the blokes, that's what I'll do. But beyond that, though, a humongous thanks to your support and help with this channel to keep it running, Chris. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible, and we wouldn't be able to bring up the mascots of the Leaf Spring Army, Alan the Marmot, and also the Honey Badger, which is the more unsung of the mascots today, but is still one of the official mascots of the LSA. It's the Marmot and the Honey Badger. At one point, Matthew, we ought to make an LSA crest. Like, you know, and have, like, you know how, like, the British crest has, I think it's the lion and then it's the unicorn? We should make one with the Marmot and the Honey Badger.
Yeah, it would be pretty cool, I think.
Yeah, that would be pretty neat, honestly. But a humongous thanks to your support and help with this channel to keep it running, Chris, because if it wasn't for folks like you, none of this would be possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep the Leaf Spring Army alive. And so, long live the Leaf Spring Army. The Leaf Spring Army will never truly die. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a $20 support from Ken Shearback. And thank you, Ken, for the 20. And we do appreciate that as well. He said, what do you think Russia is giving North Korea in exchange for those 30,000 troops?
That is an excellent question. And it's a lot, actually, from what we understand. Apparently, they're giving North Korea some military assistance, food, raw materials, and other things. Really anything that North Korea wants. Or at least it's kind of an equal exchange in a sense, but Russia has to offer them more than the value of these men are worth by a little bit to entice the North Korean government into actually agreeing to it. But the North Koreans are getting quite a great deal out of this. Now, Matthew, I don't know if you ever watched that clip that I sent you, but did you watch that clip that I sent you over Discord of that Russian guy who rode the train from China into Pyongyang? And when he made it to Pyongyang, there was far more cars on the road than's ever been seen before.
No, sadly, I never took a look at it.
Oh, blast. But beyond that, though, North Korea is having a bit of an economic rebound, if we want to call it that. I mean, it's basically like the best way to describe it, it's like Haiti made like $1 million finally for 1 year. It's kind of that equivalent. But North Korea's had a bit of an economic rebound from their support for Russia in the war. They've been able to get a lot of raw materials that they were not able to get otherwise because they didn't have the funds for it, or they just didn't have the raw materials themselves to harvest within North Korea. And they've also apparently been getting some sort of money from the Russian Federation as well, which they then used in turn to purchase goods from the People's Republic of China. One thing that's interesting that I actually saw in that video that I watched a while ago is that here in the area of Jinan, I believe is the name of this town. Yeah, it actually is. The bridge right here that crosses from China into North Korea was actually loaded with 18-wheelers and semi-trucks that were crossing over and making their way into the, I believe it's the custom station here, to be processed and then go into North Korea and drop off their goods, showing that the North Koreans are purchasing quite a great deal of goods from the People's Republic of China and possibly the Russian Federation as well. And so generally the answer, like, it's a very hard answer to give because they're not really getting just one thing. They're actually getting a lot from it, and it's allowing for North Korea to actually see a bit of an economic resurgence, which they have not seen, and they haven't even gotten close to seeing since the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991, or really even the early 80s, because most Soviet support was cut off by the early to mid 80s, and most communist Chinese support as well was also cut off around that time as well, because the Chinese never really saw an incentive to give North Korea anything if the Soviets really weren't in the bat anymore, or in the batting to be a threat to the People's Republic of China. So I hope that addresses that the best I can, and a humongous thanks to you for the support and help with this channel to keep running, Ken. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our last one of the segment is going to go to Cerberus3, who put in a $20 support as well. And thank you very much, Cerberus, as always, for that support. And they said Ukraine decided to do one of those Hot Ones challenges on their drone sauce, and they reached the bomb level. One for the chat, please, and LSA.
That's a good one, Cerberus. And a huge thanks to you for support and help with this channel to keep it running. It's folks like you who help to make this thing possible and help us to keep it running. And we're always greatly appreciative of that. Greatly appreciative of that. Indeed. And of course, we will make sure to get one from the Leave chat in your honor. So, Matthew, what do we got?
So the live chat question goes to Garth, who said, why are NATO hesitant to shoot down stray Russian drones that go into their airspace?
That's an excellent question. That's an excellent question. This is kind of hard to even have a good answer for it, Guard, if we're being entirely honest. A drone entering the airspace of a country is a sovereignty violation, whether it be a couple of feet, a mile, or 600 miles. It's a sovereignty violation. The fact is that NATO countries are actually somewhat concerned about escalation with the Russian Federation, and therefore they try and avoid shooting stuff down as much as they possibly can, even when it's clearly violating their sovereignty. That's about the best explanation I can give, because any other explanation would start to kind of get a little bit bogus sounding. It just really wouldn't add up a whole lot, at least in my opinion. So that would be my best answer. They're kind of afraid of escalation to a degree that they'd rather see a significant sovereignty violation and possibly a couple of their civilians get killed than trying to actively shoot it down once it crosses the border instantly. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And a huge thanks to you once again for sponsoring our live chat, Cerberus3, and helping this channel to keep it running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible tonight. And so a massive thanks to you once again. A massive thanks to you, I says. And with that, it's now time for us folks to get on into the news within the Middle East. Oh, great heavens. Matthew, please pray for me, Matthew. Ask the good Lord to give me the strength to get through this segment. Good Lordy, good Lordy. All right, folks, so the war is ended as of today. Like, that's basically the gist of it. From what we're hearing right now, apparently now the president's decided that the pen's mightier than the sword again, and so the whole war is off. 2 weeks in. This was supposed to be the 15th day.
I wouldn't say that the war is off. I wouldn't go that far just yet, because like there's still the possibility that once the Israeli prime minister comes over, meets with the president, and presents some new intelligence, it might be back on. I wouldn't say it's over yet. I wouldn't go that far.
Well, I would say I would go that far. It's probably going to be over again, probably like the MOU and the ceasefire period again, and then we might go into another war, a third phase of the war again. But it sounds to me like from all the sources we got today, it generally looks to be over again. So, to move us into those sources, that way y'all can make up your minds as to whether you think this thing is over or not. And hopefully, Matt, you have a poll that basically asks this, so that way we can see what people are thinking about this as well. I'm gonna get y'all through all of the news, and y'all, if y'all want to, y'all can wait to hear all the statements that came out today and then make your decision, or you can make your decision ahead of time of what's happened. But moving us on into all of the U.S. governmental statements, starting with the earliest one today and then getting to the most recent one, we were able to hear that according to the New York Times reports this morning that were given to them by anonymous U.S. officials, the president decided to set aside plans to sharply escalate military operations against Iran following a meeting with top officials and advisors on Friday morning. Chief among their concerns was a shortage of air defense systems, particularly that of the Patriot air defense interceptors, according to the New York Times report. Then afterwards, we were able to hear that according to more New York Times reports, many of the president's advisors, including, allegedly, Jared Kushner, said that there is a plausible alternative pathway with less risk. Continuing negotiations and economic pressure on Iran over a long period of time will eventually make them see reason. And that was according once again to statements by the New York Times, apparently cited from anonymous U.S. officials. We were also then able to hear that the president then stated on the situation with Iran, if we don't get 100% of what we want from Iran, we'll absolutely consider resuming the full-scale war. And lastly, the last statement that we got out of the situation today, at least according to Axios, was that the president ordered the U.S. military not to carry out new strikes in Iran on Friday, ending 13 consecutive days of attacks, and the pause came as Oman held talks in Tehran on reopening the Strait of Hormuz, with the president saying diplomacy is the smarter strategy. So currently we do understand that is the running U.S. trend over the day. It appears that the U.S. has once again stopped the conflict, at least according to all reports that we're getting, and they've now decided for the third time that the pen is mightier than the sword. They tried diplomacy in the earlier part, the latter part of last year and the early part of this year, up until we began our strikes on February 28th, without any avail. We then attempted negotiations with them in between the first phase and the second phase of the war during the Memorandum of Understanding period, which also was to no avail, but for some reason we're now deciding that a bloodthirsty, radicalized terrorist regime will actually talk reasonably this time, as the third time is always the charm, and we'll eventually see that maybe they'll agree to something and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. while we're in this situation right now, the Strait of Hormuz is blockaded, and we do not know of any intentions by the Iranians this time around to reopen the strait, meaning that with each passing day that the United States is not conducting military action, the strategic petroleum reserve here in the country is being depleted farther with each passing day to an exorbitant rate. We also understand that there's going to be about a 25 million barrel shortage around the world of oil that's not leaving the Middle East, and generally we are going to stay in that situation until we possibly run out of oil. So a lot of people are wondering right now, why in the world would the United States just pause the war on its 13th day or 14th day yesterday, and on the 15th day today, we're now starting to hear that the pen is once again mightier than the sword. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so just on Friday, we heard the reports that apparently heavy bomber strikes were imminent over the weekend. It's now Saturday night, and not only have we not seen those heavy bomber strikes, but we've not seen even the normal scheduled attacks that CENTCOM was conducting on the Iranian forces. So everything is truly paused. That's the part that is true. We're seeing that verbatim today and last night, that the strikes have been paused. So now that that has taken place and the strikes are on pause, apparently, according to reports, to restart the peace talks with Iran, because apparently Iran might be trying to mediate the situation through the Pakistanis yet again. What are your thoughts? 38% said the U.S. is simply trying to restock munitions, and that is the reason why it suddenly got paused. 32% said it's a bluff and heavy strikes are still imminent, and 18% said it's real, the Iran war is over for now. And I would say this, folks. Here's what I've heard so far. The U.S. president is very frustrated and angry that Iran has not capitulated. So he wants to break their will. That is accurate, at least according to what I've heard so far. But what happened today, this morning, is apparently some of our esteemed generals came out and apparently gave some advice saying that we are low on air interceptor munitions for the Gulf states and for our own U.S. forces in the region, and that by continuing the war and escalating it further, we're putting our soldiers at greater risk, and also possibly all of our partners in the region, because we're low on interceptors. So as a result of that, I think they might have backed off for that reason, at least temporarily. They're either trying to get more munitions into the region by sending in this massive airlift, which, by the way, we're seeing pick up even again today. The U.S. Air Force is sending in even more aircraft with supplies on board, which is believed to be carrying some of those air interceptors. And that is the situation as I see it right now. So I think the president truly did want to do those heavy strikes, but because of the supply issue with those munitions, that's why it's not going forward. To me, it sounds like we are in a very dangerous position. We're burning through munitions left and right that apparently we can't afford to burn through, and we're waging a war with very expensive, costly weapons, and we're not adapting to the new modern warfare. So Iran has an advantage. Their stuff's cheap. Like, they're building cheap drones, they're attacking using very cheap stuff, and the U.S. is acting like they're basically like launching Ferraris at Iran, while like Iran's firing Honda Civics at us. So it doesn't make sense from an economic standpoint. So I would say I'm with the 37%. I think they're trying to restock the munitions. I'm not sure when the war's going to restart. We could go through another ceasefire bullcrap situation like we just got out of. That could be the time period they need to restock. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that restocking is most likely not happening because the defense industries have not ramped up production at all, and it's been such a short period of time that there's no way that they can. We're going to be running out of oil probably in a couple of months from now if the Strait of Hormuz remains blockaded. And this time around, folks, I don't really think that the Iranians are even going to attempt to reopen the strait at all at this point, given the fact that the U.S. basically kind of conned them in a way, if we want to say that, the first time around by saying, oh, let's end the first strike wave and let's talk and we'll give in to all of your demands. And then we tried to use that period to rearm and prepare, and then we went into a second phase of the war afterwards. So I don't think they're going to be reopening the Strait of Hormuz anytime soon, meaning that we are going to basically be still in the war with the blockade in effect. It's just that we're not going to be attempting to break the blockade any further than we have during the 2 weeks that we've tried at this point. So I'd have to say I think it's probably like legitimately over, or there's maybe heavy strikes coming. And I've got to be honest with y'all, it's hard to even give a good answer on this because what am I really supposed to tell y'all here? Like that's really my problem here. The current administration is so brainless, is the best way to put it, that today this is their move, and then tomorrow they might actually start bombing them, and then the next day after that they might actually end it all and actually go for legitimate negotiations. I have no clue at this point. I don't think
But did
any
he say that directly? Did he say? I didn't see him say that directly. Like I didn't see the U.S. president come out and say that it was paused necessarily. I saw the reports analyzing that was the case. Like people that so-called have like U.S. government sources, but I haven't seen him put out a Truth Social yet saying that there's ongoing peace deals or peace talks. From what I've seen that he has put out, it sounds like he's saying that the U.S. will get 100% what they want, or the war is back on again. So right now, Iran doesn't appear to be giving in on anything. They're still not giving in on anything. So unless we're going through like a psycho routine like we did last time, where it was like, oh, the peace deal is close, now it's not close, it's close, it's not close, and then we go through that for another month. I'm not so sure. Because you might recall last night, I actually said that there was a pretty decent chance this was going to happen this weekend. I said it could be the devastating bombings that we're hearing about, or it could be that maybe by Sunday, a peace deal's closed. So that way on Monday, the stock market doesn't go berserk. And it seems like that second option was the way it went.
I'd say that's probably the insanity, because you got to remember, during the MOU, he was saying that kind of stuff. We're going to get everything we want. The strait's open. It's magic. I'm the best. It was all that stuff. And then the next day after that, it would be, if they don't give us what we want, we're going to kill everyone. And it would just alternate in between that and the other every other day during the MOU, when we were supposed to be making some sort of progress and we never did. So I would say that's probably just the beginning of it. And we'll probably hear tomorrow, because it'll be Sunday and the markets are about to open, that we actually did stop all the strikes and we're actually going to be attempting to talk with them. And the Iranians are dying to make a deal, and we're going to let them have a chance because, they're basically at our whim and mercy and yada, yada, yada. It's going to be the same thing as the first time around, I would think. Because, it's the option that makes the least sense, and it's the most damaging to the United States. And that's the one that they usually go with at this point. I mean, you can almost go 9 times over 10. Whatever's going to be the most damaging or brainless option, that'll be the one that's taken. So that's generally my thoughts on it. And even still, I don't even know if that's going to hold up, because, I mean, he could just wake up tomorrow and then threaten, to wipe out the whole country or blow up all the power plants or something. It's like, who knows at this point?
Well, not to mention, by the way, that we have the Houthi situation that's still evolving and escalating with the Saudi Arabians. So that's picking up steam. So that's something that's starting to get out of control. We're also hearing Iran threaten Britain and now threatening Ukraine as well in the midst of it. And they're also threatening Israel again today, too. They came out and said that if Israel wants to tango, then they're going to fix them up worse than ever. That's what they were saying. So, I mean, Iran has not changed their attitude. I mean, if anything, they've gotten more solidified and more extreme as they've gotten attacked over the last couple of weeks. So I'm like, if the U.S. stops what we're doing right now, we've basically once again poked the hornet's nest, made the hornets get even angrier. Now they're wanting to sting everybody, and now we're wanting to just take another step back and go run inside. It's like, we're actually making the situation worse every time we start this back up. So if they don't want to finish it, then they probably want to stop poking the nest, at least, if they're not going to finish it.
Yeah, I would agree. I also saw, while you're saying that right there, someone in the chat said, let's see, Garizer, I believe I'm pronouncing it, Gary Iser. Why would Iran make a deal if they have the upper hand, as you say? Well, the reason it's not that they're making a deal; it's that they're going to talk about making a deal. The Iranians have no intention of making a deal with the United States. We saw that during the Memorandum of Understanding period, that we went in endless loops for about a month and a half of the Iranians going, "Well, yes, we will talk about the deal, but we have to first lay out the terms of what we will talk about. We don't know about this. We don't want to talk about those terms of the deal. Perhaps we will take a quick breather and come back and talk about the terms of what we will talk about in the terms of a peace deal here in the near future," and on it went for a month and a half. And that's what they're going to be doing again. Because if they keep the Strait of Hormuz closed, and they generally keep the situation under their control, they can kind of just stall the talks as long as they want. They're basically playing the United States for fools. That's what they're doing. Because if Iran has an option of they keep the Strait of Hormuz blockaded and they get bombed as a result of that, or they keep the Strait of Hormuz blockaded and they don't get bombed, they're always going to pick the option where they blockade the Strait of Hormuz and they don't get bombed, which means they're going to pretend like they're legitimately attempting talks again with the United States, when in reality they're not at all. And they're just going to keep doing the same thing that they did earlier this year before the war started and during the Memorandum of Understanding, where they just do that roundabout circular talk as usual. It's literally what the Russians have done. It's what the Venezuelans did before we nabbed Maduro. It's what everyone does to us at this point. Everybody at this point knows in the world that the cheat code for the U.S. government is, "Oh, Habibi, we can make a deal with you. You like deals, don't you?" And that can literally keep something in a perpetual state of animated suspension for as long as that word is lobbed around. A deal. Literally that. And that alone. It doesn't matter whether a deal is feasible, whether it's not. It just matters that there is an idea that a deal could ever be made, even if it's a 0.00001% chance. The U.S. will just keep trying at it indefinitely. So I would say that's probably what's coming around the corner again. And if that is, I can tell y'all that at this point, the Iran war is practically a wash. We'll never stay dedicated to it long enough to be able to break out the blockade in the Strait of Hormuz and reopen commercial traffic in the area. Iran will probably end up controlling the strait indefinitely at this point, and we'll just end up going through little rounds of pit-pat strikes like we have that don't really amount to anything and just keep the tensions going with really no positive end in sight.
Yeah, I have to say it again, as I said this point last night too. This is very disturbing to see, and some people are going to be like, "Well, Matt, don't point out the U.S.'s weaknesses." It's in the wide open. Everybody can see it. It's not something that's being held behind the curtains, behind closed doors. If the U.S. can't handle a fight with Iran, we are not going to be able to handle a fight with China. Like that's what's more concerning to me. Instead of adapting and being more fluid and flexible, like for example, shifting to manufacturing drones and using drones more heavily in warfare, we're staying completely static. We're using extremely expensive munitions to attack Iran, and our strategy is all over the place. So it's like we have this country, which we should be able to defeat. Like we should be able to defeat Iran. That shouldn't be something that's out of the U.S.'s realm of possibilities. But right now, it seems like that's pretty far off just because of how Iran's mindset is and also the type of munitions and warfare that we're waging against Iran. So I mean, it seems like they want to probably start ironing those kinks out and start dealing with this situation and, work their way through those difficulties right now instead of just walking away and saying, oh, well, it didn't work, whatever. Because when a big war shows up and this is the way we're fighting it, this is not going to go well.
Yeah, it's not going to go well at all. And also, what's crazy about this is that even with us in a war, learning these lessons in real time that we've been screaming about for years on this channel is something that the U.S. needs to be paying attention to in Ukraine and adapting at the same pace that Ukraine is adapting to modern war. The U.S. is still treating the situation like it's kind of a nothing deal. Like, oh, well, we'll kind of work on drones a little, but if it seems too difficult, we might just put that off for a while and do something else. Like, the military has other things to do rather than develop doctrine for the next war. It's absolutely ridiculous, the kind of I would have to say, folks, I'm getting quite aggravated with the government at this point at every level, the Department of Defense, the civil administration, because almost all of them have their heads so far up their ass, they're not seeing the real world for what it is. Like, they should have known that if they didn't have enough munitions to go to war with Iran, then they shouldn't have gone to war. Or if they had a bad plan, they shouldn't have executed on that plan. They should have executed on the war plans that we've been designing for years for this very situation. They shouldn't be sitting there and treating drone warfare like it's a small deal. It's a big deal. It's literally game-changing at this point, and they just keep treating all of this like it's just trivial stuff.
Yeah, but here's the problem, though. I mean, if you try to say if the U.S. wasn't ready for the war, we shouldn't have gone into it. There is zero reason that the U.S. shouldn't have been ready for this war. I mean, we spend the most by a long shot of any military on the planet on our supplies, our forces, munitions, etc. There's no reason that spending that much, almost $1 trillion a year for several years straight and not being in an active war, there's zero reason that we shouldn't have been ready for it. Like we should have been. The fact that we're not and we're spending so much money, I mean, that, in my opinion, that highlights a structural error. Like there is something so structurally, like in such an error right now with the way the U.S. military is operating that it's unbelievable. Like it's really unbelievable. We can spend so much money and still not really be on the top of the game globally. Like it's really something else. And also, by the way, I want to make a distinction here real quick before people start jumping on me over it. I'm not saying that our soldiers are not brave. Our soldiers are extremely brave. They go out there and risk their lives every single day. The soldiers aren't the problem. It's the doctrine and also the way we're procuring weapons. That's the problem. Like the spending's out of control, the weapons aren't as effective, and they're not adapting fast enough. I mean, structurally, that entire process is screwed up. The soldiers, they're good, but the other side of it's not. We're not equipping them with the right equipment to be able to fight the war effectively.
I would agree with that. Also, another thing is, and I just got to ask this question legitimately, folks. the Biden administration watched the war in Ukraine escalating for years, and we also know that a war with Taiwan, or a war over Taiwan, was going to be happening at some point at the latter end of this decade. Yet nothing was done in terms of priming the war industry in the United States during that administration. And the Trump administration, which we're in right now, they have done basically near to nothing, if not nothing, to prime the war industries to be able to produce the amount of munitions that we need to sustain our combat operations and the combat operations of other allied nations around the world. What's up with that? Like, why? Like, I just got to ask the question on a governmental level. I'm not getting political here and trying to make it party to party because everyone's at fault here. What the hell is up with the government these days? Just acting like everything is fantasy land. Like, like we can just fight a war and it's like Hollywood. The guns never run out of ammo and the bombs never run out. And everyone just keeps working off of that kind of mindset. Like, nobody's focusing on anything on the back end anymore like we used to. Everybody's just focusing on the fore end kind of things. Like, does it look good for the cameras? Who gives a shit if it looks good for the cameras? We need to know that we're able to keep the war going and win the war. Nobody's really paying attention to that kind of stuff anymore in the last administration or the current one. We've been talking about it for years. And now we're seeing that right now at this point, we're watching that in real time. They're bombing Iran, and now we're saying that we're running out of interceptors because we don't have anything to defend against drones, so we're lobbing a multi-million-dollar air defense missile at a $5 hobby shop drone to shoot the thing down. It's completely asinine.
Yeah. And we've had 4+ years to see Ukraine fielding drones, and we've also had a chance to firsthand witness how they're using drones on the battlefield and how important those have become in doctrine for military doctrine. And there's no excuse that after that long of witnessing that war drag on and escalate that we have not adopted those same strategies. There's no reason for that. It's like, how long do we need? It's like, is 4 years not enough? Is 10 years not enough? It's like, I mean, by the time we adapt at this rate, the war that's coming will have been fought and over with, and we might have lost it at that point by the time they adapt to it. I'm not sure if it's the red tape that's the issue. I'm not sure if maybe it's people aren't innovating. Maybe there's basically a stagnant defense industry that's not being motivated strong enough to actually adapt because they're too motivated by profit. I'm not sure what the actual main primary problem is, but it seems like the people in charge need to probably look into that closely because that could be the crux of losing or winning the next war.
The defense industries or the war industries are in their bloated form because the government allows them to be. That's the short of it. Really, the acquisitions department of the military allows them to be that way. If the military said, we need 90,000 bombs every month indefinitely, and we need them at this price, those defense industries would immediately be able to produce that amount of bombs within the next year at that price, at that batch monthly, if we wanted that. That's entirely possible. But the problem is that the military acquisition department, to put it that way, because that's really more so the people who are involved with the defense industries intimately, they sit there and go, oh, well, it's fine. We can just, have a little batch this year to replace the ones we're going to be demoing in the middle of the desert or giving off to some, third world country or something. So we're just going to take sustainment rates of munitions. And for years, we've been watching that war is escalating around the world. To remind you all, when FDR was watching World War II coming around the corner for the United States, while he was saying publicly that the United States was not going to be involved in that war, quietly from about 1937 and 1938 all the way up until 1941, he was quietly priming the war industries of the United States and all civil industries to flip a switch and start producing weapons out the ass until the end of time. And it worked quite well, because as soon as the Second World War kicked off for us, which largely looked like it was coming around the corner, and it did, we were able to flip a switch, and we were able to produce the amount of weapons that we needed, and we were able to give tons of weapons to everybody else in the world because we were producing such a large excess number, and we gave it away in the Lend-Lease. Why in the world do we not have something like that today? Why in the world did the last administration and the current administration not even attempt to do that? It's an afterthought. Even for the Secretary of Defense currently, the Secretary of Defense goes, oh, we'll just put out a little sporadic purchase order for some mops, and we might put out a little sporadic purchase order for maybe a few tomahawks. It's not even sustainment. It's just buying little tiny batches of them, and it's like buying the smallest batches to where the batch number is going to be the most expensive that it can be, because when you buy in an economy of scale. The larger number of weapons they produce, the cheaper each item or unit of the weapon is. And instead, they're like, nah, we'll buy like 10 Tomahawks. That way each one's like 3 million apiece. And we'll buy like another 5 mops. So that way we're a couple of million a pop as well. It's like, why in the world are we not buying a couple of hundred of these things? So that way there may be, a couple of $100,000 a piece because there's an economy of scale there. Why aren't we doing that? And why aren't we innovating in any other way?
If I was in charge of the United States right now, what I would do personally is obviously, like, we want to support our own, like, domestic defense companies. They produce weapons that are, more advanced and stuff like that. You don't want them to go under. But at the same time, though, I would be telling them, y'all can either get these drones off the ground that we need, that Ukraine's fielding, and if you don't get them off the ground in X amount of time, we're about to go acquire the drones overseas from Ukraine, and we're going to start acquiring the technology from them and let them build them, and we'll start making purchase orders straight to them instead. So you can lose out or you can make them in X amount of time or else. That's what I would tell them, because I mean, there's no reason that it's taking this long to do it. If our defense companies can build such advanced weapons, now granted it takes them quite some time to do it, but if they can build such advanced weapons, there's no reason they shouldn't be able to at least put together some basic FPV drones, and also these, like, for example, what Firepoint's doing, building these like fixed wing drones. There's no reason they shouldn't be able to do that quickly. I mean, that's not advanced technology, especially not for our people. That's like child's play. There's no reason that shouldn't be easy.
If I was the president of the United States, what I would do is I'd say the Secretary of Defense is going to have to get off of his ass, and he's going to have to get on top of the back end side of things. Let's forget about the stupid ass testosterone testing and all the other dumb shit we're rolling out. Let's go to the back end side of things to actually count. We need to start getting bombs and endless amounts of bombs, and we need them at cheap prices. So he's got the authority, the Secretary of Defense, to go to the defense industries and tell them, we're going to have this batch every month within a year of these numbers of ordnance indefinitely at this price or less, or we're labeling you all a supply chain risk, and we're cutting off our connections with y'all, and we'll be purchasing foreign. That's what I'd say. Because that puts a burner on the defense company's ass. It doesn't matter whether they want to make a margin at that point. They're not making the margins that they're comfortable with. They're going to either produce the weapons and they're going to make money, or they're going to make nothing. That's what I would tell them. They might want to try and call that bluff, and we'll make one of them an example if we have to. But this kind of a stupidity going on here with the bureaucracy and the lack of proper munitions production here in the country is got to come to an end. All this other stupid crap that they're focusing on the front end, like the soldiers got to have a jawline or something like that, that's absolutely stupid and pointless. We can have the jawline, we have no bullets. We need bombs.
Yeah, the jawline's not that important, really. Our soldiers aren't the problem, trust me. I mean, if you're willing to go run into a battlefield and go fight for the country, that's not the problem. I mean, they've got their stuff together. The fact that they're volunteering, signing up, and going, it's like, that's not the issue. It's the fact that we're fighting with stuff that's becoming obsolete.
Yeah, I would agree. But anyways, folks, that's our 2 cents on it. Oh, I don't mean Matthew and me don't mean the soapbox, but I've got to tell you all, for the interest of this republic, it is damn infuriating to watch the idiocy going on at this point in every administration, and how nobody will ever get off of their ass and do the unfun stuff that is a part of a government job, which is dealing with the back end side of things that actually matter, not the front end stuff.
Deeper than that. It's deeper than that. I don't think it's a willpower issue. I think it might be more of a lobbying issue, if you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, it's all of that. I mean, it's all of that. But right now, all that other stuff, it's just got to go out the window. It's like we're in a war and we have to win it. And also, we got other wars coming down the pipeline. Like, we know they're coming at this point with China and Russia. It's like we've got to be ready. We've got to even just be able to deter them and make it look like we're strong enough to fight them. Well, now, hopefully, we'll never have to fight them. We just got to make it look like we're going to fight them. And even at the state we're in right now, it looks like we couldn't. It looks like we might be able to get in the battle for a couple of weeks, and then we'll be telling Russia, "Oh, hold up, I have to take a shit. Let's time out here real quick, and I'll come back." But it's like, we can't have that. We're getting down to go time nearly. We're getting near to what could be a third world war. We're almost in it right now, and we're still not ready. This is embarrassing. But moving us on out of this and on into the rest of the news that we did get from the Middle East today, we were able to hear that the UK MTO did put out a warning today, stating that vessels are advised to consider the latest maritime security information and maintain awareness of the evolving operational environment. Authorities are aware and relevant investigations remain ongoing. As there has been reports today of an incident involving a tanker and military forces within the Gulf of Oman. Not shocking at all. In the meantime, we also were able to see that the United States did disable a ship today, the motor tanker Levine, and did hit it with a Hellfire near to the engine room.
It's like a little inferno going on back there.
A nice little roaring campfire. And also we were able to hear that CENTCOM boasted about the blockade. They redirected a whole bunch of stuff. It's the greatest blockade on the planet. Of course, we all know that. So here's the clips. And off they go from the USS America. And now they're boarding the motor tanker, the Charmenhar.
Oh, a Huey.
Oh yeah, that's a UH-1Y Venom. That's the super refitted Huey.
Oh, that's nice as hell. I like that. That's a nice sight. I like that looking better than the Blackhawks.
Honestly, man, I gotta say the Marines helicopters look the coolest. It's just kind of wild that all of them are the oldest. Like they're just like refitted extremely, but they do look really cool. Now we see him up on the bridge. What the hell is this?
Bro, did they Sharpie that name in? I think they Sharpie that on there, bro. It looks like it's written like by what's that dude in the Disney thing? You know the name of that dude? Yeah, it looks like it's written by like a kid or something.
Bro, they had that damn Victor Bout up there, man. He was up there with the book. We need to ship the Kona. Get up there and paint. Like it's like, bro, it's like that is terrible looking, awful. And then they cut the black. That's what it looks like after the Marines hit you in the head with the buttstock of the rifle, and then there was the clip of the strike. So that's the end of the footage there of the boarding of the Charmenhar, so there is still blockade actions ongoing, but everything else has ceased today. We were able to hear that apparently there was allegedly an explosion, or a report of a loud explosion within the Bandar Abbas area, but nothing came of that at all, so we don't believe that was a U.S. strike. Additionally, we also were able to hear...
Everyone's saying, is that a Pokemon, the Charmander? The U.S. is trying to collect them all and stuff.
No, that's a Charizard. Like that it ain't no Charmander. Like it's like that Charmander.
Close enough. Could be like one of those side cards or something like that, or whatever they call it. I haven't played Pokemon, if you can't tell, so I don't know. I'm taking guesses here.
Man, meanwhile, man, the U.S. already got the Squirtle and the Pikachu from the Venezuelans a couple of months back. They nabbed those and brought those up to Texas. But moving us on from that, we were able to hear that the Kuwaitis denied any involvement in strikes against Iran today, and an ambassador stated that they denied the Wall Street Journal report that Kuwait participated in operations against Iran, calling the claim baseless. They then stated that we have not permitted the use of our territory, airspace, or waters to launch offensive operations. End quote. So that's what the Kuwaiti statement is as of today, for whatever that's worth. Outside of that, we also were able to hear that within Tehran, it appears that the Iranians also did issue a threat to Israel today. This guy right here, sitting in this chair, looking rather disheveled, really. It looks like he just rolled out of bed. He stated, if Israel returns to war, we will bring about a great calamity for it. I guess they're talking about like maybe a hurricane or something. But anyways, Brigadier General Hassan Namadi, the spokesperson for the IRGC, in an interview with Tasnim, also added that Israel, by instigating the U.S. president and providing false information, seeks to keep the U.S. in the region and advance its goals by utilizing American power. Israel knows what we will do if it returns to war, and we focus on it. So there's the threat. But moving us on from that, we also were able to hear that apparently the Russians, according to some information from Zelensky, are providing the Iranians with targeting data to attack U.S. forces. Who could have ever imagined that? I have a feeling that whether Zelensky had any intelligence on that or not, this is almost such an obvious statement that you don't even really need any intelligence to infer that one, that they're providing targeting data to the Iranians. So moving us on out of Iran, we also were able to hear that there was an explosion within the Kirkuk area, and we also were able to see that dramatic music ensued. It was like a Bollywood movie. And it looks like it was on some sort of a fuel tank over there. Everybody's just kind of hanging out, watching the fire. It's high-end entertainment. Yeah, it's actually a couple of...
Is this a big rooster at the front right here? Do you see that's like a rooster?
Big rooster? Where?
Right there, like right beside the camera to the right. Like back it up a little bit more, you'll see the rooster right here.
Oh, that's
a big
chicken.
Rooster. Yeah, that's a rooster.
A rooster? Yes, indeed. It is one of those creatures. Yes. And also, we got more dramatic music. Pirates of the Caribbean music. As they watch the fire. Quite dramatic. Well, moving us on from all of that, we also were able to see that moving us further on down and into the actual meat of the matter, the Houthis put out a statement today, right before everything kicked off, and this is the statement. Well, let me get my best Houthi spokesperson voice going. As continued siege of the Yemeni people and yet another violation of the sovereignty of the Republic of Yemen, the Saudi enemy regime launched a series of unjust and criminal airstrikes last night on the city and port of Hodeidah and Cameron Island. The airstrikes resulted in material and incorporeal damage, and air defenses engaged in formation of enemy aircraft after they violated Yemeni airspace, preventing them from committing further crimes against this great nation. In response to this blatant and criminal aggression, the Yemeni armed forces carried out on 2 qualitative military operations. The first targeted sensitive Aramco affiliated facilities in Jazan with dozens of ballistic missiles and drones, and the second operation targeted sensitive Aramco affiliated facilities in Yanbu with a number of ballistic and cruise missiles and drones. Both operations successfully achieved their objectives thanks to Allah Almighty, inshallah, with accurate and direct strikes. So that's the statement by the Yemeni Houthis. In short, they conducted strikes on Yanbu and Jazan last night, which we saw on air. So there's your Houthi statements. The Saudis were not happy at all about what the Houthis did and started whooping their ass along the border. Observe.
Oh, this cameraman right here is either insane or he's got balls of steel. He's literally standing right in the line of fire.
The Houthis like, whoa, look, they're responding, man. I'd say they ain't playing games a lot up there on the border, man. It seems like the Saudis might be a little displeased by that whole thing that happened yesterday. Oh, what's this? Sounds like a missile.
Sound like a jet.
That actually does sound more like a jet than a missile. And lastly, I gotta say,
somebody's beeper is going off. I remember the last time this went off, it put holes in people.
Hey, well, where did the part of my stuff go? Man, it's like, oh, you don't want to know. But it seems like the Saudis did not take the whole attack on Jazan too well. They also bombed Adali in southern Yemen, near to the area of the front lines, and we were able to see that in this clip. There's one of the strikes from the Saudi F-15s, most likely.
Everybody's saying the popcorn was done. Yeah, I don't know if it was the popcorn. It could have been the oven because the Houthis are cooked.
Man, honestly, man, they keep messing with them Saudis, man. Those Saudis might show them why they the kings, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, you know, it's like they might teach them. You never know. I mean, that might end up badly for them. But a lot of people are wondering what's going to be coming of this whole thing, because the Saudis seem to be kind of lighting up the Houthis and also bombing the Houthis quite a lot today. And a lot of people are wondering, is this going to get pretty bad? And Matthew, are people thinking it's going to get bad? And what are you thinking as well?
So we did see last night, we covered that live, that Saudi Arabia had some pretty bad hits on one of their main oil export areas on the coast, and that was by the Houthis. Now we're seeing Saudi Arabia launch a brand new series of airstrikes that we just saw right there on the Houthis again today in Yemen. So how bad will this get? 45% said full-scale war is coming with the Houthis, while 35% said it'll be sporadic over weeks. And about 13% said the Houthis will stop before a major war gets started. And I would generally say I'm with the 35%. I think this will be sporadic over weeks. The Houthis are not really equipped for a full-scale war. They're simply not. I'm kind of surprised they launched these airstrikes the way they have, to be perfectly honest. It seems like they've been supplied with a good bit of missiles by the Iranians. But I don't think a full-scale war is in the cards. And also the Saudi Arabians, they will hit back time and time again. But they're really not doing a fantastic job defending their airspace, because the fact that several hits were taken on their main port in the coast over there on the western side, the fact that that was done last night and there really wasn't much defense to be had, I would say that's not a good look, to say the least. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that this is probably going to end up going on for a couple of weeks before a full-scale war breaks out, most likely, because usually things move quite slowly. So I'd generally be with 35%. It's probably going to be sporadic for weeks, kind of like we've seen, and then it might turn into a full-blown war, because I think the Saudis are starting to get the concept the Houthis are too dangerous to be left living down there in the Houthi lands, and they're probably going to have to try and wipe them out and occupy the area to be able to eliminate the threat to their major economic machine, which, much like Russia, is the oil industry inside of their country. So moving us on finally out of the Middle East, it's now time for us to move on over and into Venezuela. A small update came out today. The U.S. State Department says that they welcome Venezuela's announcement of a withdrawal from the International Criminal Court and calls for it to be dismantled as it is neither credible, independent, nor legitimate, and requests all members of the ICC to withdraw from the Rome Statute. The Rome Statute. I don't know if that's the right statement or
Supposed to be
agreement.
statute.
I was thinking it was. I was like, statue. I was like, I think it's supposed to be statute. Man, I went and doubted these days that the State Department might come out and say Rome statue because they don't know what the hell a statute is. But nothing would surprise me these days, folks. Nothing is shocking anymore. But still, it does appear that the U.S. is quite happy with that. So for whatever it may be, that was a small development out of Venezuela today. Now, moving us on from that, we were able to hear that in Mons, Belgium today, a Chinese national, correction here. Belgian authorities have arrested a Canadian national of Chinese origin working as an intern at NATO's military headquarters in Mons on suspicion of espionage and participation in a criminal organization. She has been placed in pre-trial detention. So that's what we understand at the moment. According to Belgian prosecutors, NATO's internal security service first identified the woman as a potential security risk and alerted Belgian military intelligence. Federal police then searched both her home and workplace with the support of cybercrime specialists. And so we do understand that apparently there's some sort of, I guess I would say, some sort of evidence that is leaning to the idea there might be something going on there, but we'll have to see how that all ends up unfolding in the future. Outside of that, we've also been able to hear that Italy is willing to take Fedorov off of Zelensky's hands, as we are now hearing that the Italian defense minister, Guido Crosetto, the most Italian name I've ever heard, Guido. Guido is offering the former Ukrainian defense minister, Mikhailo Fedorov, a role as his advisor in Rome. Guido said Fedorov was moved by the proposal and viewed it as a demonstration of esteem and friendship. Hopefully, he'll take that and he'll just move on.
The Russian propagandists, how they say, well, Zelensky has like 2 houses in Italy and 1 in Rome. That's like they're gonna be saying there's some link or something behind it. Which, by the way, Zelensky doesn't have houses in Italy or Rome. Just to make that clear. But I don't know if Fedorov's going to take that position or not. But it sounds like the Italians are trying to like also kind of lure him away from the whole situation. Like, come on now, like just come over here and take this position or something like that. Stop dividing Ukraine in half. Like, it's not good for the country. Just we'll do something to placate you if it makes you be quiet, basically. Which that's pretty good by Italy. The dude's like dividing the hell out of the country right now for no reason.
Guido's out there, man. Coming over, Fedorov. We have the pieces of bread laid out across the ground to the spaghetti. Like coming over to Italy. Man, honestly, I'm not gonna lie, folks. It kind of like sideswiped me when I read that tonight that his name is literally Guido. Like that, like in America, like most people, whenever they like say something like, oh, it's like an Italian guy, it's like Guido. Like that's what they say. So it's honestly just kind of like wild to see the defense minister's name is literally Guido. I mean, like next thing you know, Tony Soprano is probably going to be like the minister of the interior in Italy or something like that. He was an interior decorator. His house looked like shit. But anyways, moving us on from all of the Italian stuff going on down there, I'd have to tell y'all folks, the Italians are trying to do the Ukrainians a solid. They're trying to take Fedorov off of Zelensky's hands so he stops stirring the pot in Ukraine, which he will not stop doing at this point. And I have to say, folks, even from an outside perspective, it's getting quite annoying. But moving us on from that, it's now time for us to get on into the rest of the news that we have from inside of Ukraine, now finally from the front lines. Moving us on into our news, unfortunately starting us off on a bit of a low note, but it gets a lot better from here. The Russian Federation has conducted a significant ballistic missile attack on the city of Kyiv this night, and we were able to see that at least 3 or more explosions were seen in the city during the attack, which we were able to see in these clips. We also were able to see some of the fires resulting from the explosions here as well. Unfortunately, we'll mostly be expecting that there will be casualties and fatalities coming out of this attack tonight within the city of Kyiv, as usually the Russian Federation attacks residential areas within the city in an attempt to terrorize the Ukrainian population and force them to end the war just because the humanitarian situation is so reprehensible. That's generally not proven to work. If anything, it galvanizes the Ukrainian population to continue support for the war, but still the Russians attempt these attacks for that reason. But moving us on out of that, we have been able to see in our location unknowns today that the Russian casualty report is looking quite nice. And holy moly!
Oh, wow. How many did they get?
How do you say it in Italian? I was going to say like octo, but it's 8. They got 8. Holy
Oh, 8
moly!
Bobby. That's nice right there. I like that. 8 Bobcats in one day. I like that.
I have to say I quite like that as well. I think it's kind of nice. But according to Miss DC, keeper of the records, 1,450 Russian soldiers wounded and killed equals, well, actually, sorry, correction here. 1,450 personnel equals 7-day average losses. 17 ground robotic complexes is the third highest daily loss. 571 fuel tanks and supply trucks is the fourth highest, and 70 artillery systems is tied for 19th. And special equipment is averaging 4 to 5 a day. And it is quite impressive to see that over the course of the past 24 hours, 1,450 Russian soldiers were wounded and killed, along with 7 main battle tanks, 11 APCs, 78 artillery systems, 2 air defense systems, 1,596 drones, 17 ground robotic complexes, 571 supply trucks and fuel trucks, 8 special equipments, which are the Bobcats, and 5 cruise missiles. Overall, it's been a very good day for the armed forces of Ukraine. And moving us on into the area of Belgrade, we were able to see that Belgrade did come under an attack again last night, and also logistics in the surrounding highway regions were also being hit and destroyed as well. Pretty cool. Moving us on out of Belgrade, we also were able to see that within the Caspian area today, the Ukrainians have been hitting Russian forces quite heavily. But before we get on into our frontline footage, of which we have an interesting bit of, all the way from Caspian down to Odessa, I do want to make sure to get to this poll here really quickly that's just been put up, because a lot of people are starting to notice, before we even get into the frontline perspective today, as an overarching trend, the front line's hardly moving an inch these days for the Russians. We're seeing that the Russian Federation is trying to conduct almost every single kind of attack with different tactics, different doctrines, and different practices being implemented, yet none of these attacks, the different varieties of them, are working at all. And a lot of people are wondering whether or not the Russians even have really a goal at this point of this at this stage of the war, considering that they keep conducting endless attacks of every variety that they can, and they're not really resulting in anything. And yes, Matthew, that video is coming up. It's around the Odessa area, actually, so it'll be a little bit later on down the line, but we do have it.
Oh, I'm glad too. I was wanting to see that video, that Yak 45, you know, that yak. They were doing that thing from the side of the plane at the drone.
Man, you know I had to have that one, man. That's like the greatest clip of the day. But before we get into that, and also before we get in the front lines, I actually do want to bring y'all over to Kazakhstan for a moment before we get to the front lines. But before all of that even, I want to make sure to get to this poll. So Matthew, what are people thinking about the front line situation? And what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so this is more of a bigger picture poll question. As Russia stalls on the Ukrainian front lines and faces bankruptcy and collapse, basically, what is Vladimir Putin's current goal at this stage of the war? Just to check in and see what people think is in Putin's mind right now for where he thinks he can take the situation as it crumbles apart, like right beneath his feet. 36% said to win via pressuring NATO to back off support of Ukraine, while 27% said to win via breaking Ukraine's will to fight, and 23% said to win via a frontline victory. And I would say the odds of Russia winning the frontline situation via a frontline like total success victory, that's as minimal of a chance as Ukraine has at it. The front lines are basically deadlocked for the most part, and I don't think either side is going to be able to break that in a very significant way. So front line is not going to be the way the war is won. I'm pretty confident about that at this point. Russia is very clearly trying to pull every lever they can externally, like, for example, by pulling the strings of the U.S. leadership, also by trying to threaten the NATO allies as well with a war or something of that nature. That's where he's leaning on right now. So I'm with the 36%. Pressure of NATO, that is the main goal that Putin has right now to try to win the war, and basically it's the only one he has left. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would agree. I think I would be with the 36% as well. He's trying to pressure NATO to see if there can be a victory there, because there is no chance in hell at this point of them winning the war in Ukraine. It's such a far removed likelihood. There's a higher chance, folks, that I'm going to become the president of the United States tomorrow than the Russians would ever win that war. And that's a very low chance of me becoming the president tomorrow. I mean, geez, folks, you think we get lobbied a lot here? you doubt less, I hope, because we don't get lobbied to send here. But beyond that, though, I would say that they're definitely trying to pressure NATO without a doubt. And they're hoping, maybe by conducting a war with NATO, if they have to, as a desperate last measure, they might be able to get get some concessions that would be significant enough that they might be able to turn their fortunes around in Ukraine, or at least end the whole thing, looking like it's a somewhat positive outcome. So I hope that addresses that well, at least in my opinion, on that poll. And before we even get on into the front lines and show y'all the devastation and the utter lack of competency that the Russians still suffer from right now, I want to bring y'all to Kazakhstan, to the capital of Kazakhstan, Astana. Now, some of y'all might remember that the capital was actually named differently back in the day, and I'm pretty sure that it used to be named Altai. But after the last president died, I believe they changed it, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not quite sure on that. Don't quote me on that. But I remember when I was in high school, we had a Kazakh foreign exchange student there, and she was explaining that the city was going to be renamed to Astana from something else. I forgot what the last name was. But moving us on from that, Matthew, is there bombs going off outside, fireworks, or a thunderstorm? Which is it?
Huh? I don't hear anything.
One second. Let me check something here.
Man, we're in Salt Lake City. Is there something going off outside? Like, I don't know.
Oh, so I'm sorry, Matthew. It looks like the entire city's in flames. No joke. Like everyone's firing off fireworks again over here. So, anyways, man, I heard all these giant booms outside. It literally sound like bombs going off. I mean, they're firing like 8-inch mortars out there right now. I was like, what the hell's going on out here? But anyways, moving us on from that, we were able to see that today in a statement that was made by the Kazakh president, Tokayev. He told Putin that it's time to stop the Russia-Ukraine war and suggested freezing it with world powers' help. He said the conflict's nature isn't clear to many and continuing is beneficial to Russia's opponents. And now, Matthew, I want to make sure we can show this clip without audio, right?
Oh, we cannot show the clip, but you can show Putin's face, like in a still shot.
Oh, there we go. That's his face.
Man, I tell you what, when a foreign country's leader shows up right in front of Putin and tells him it's time to wind this thing down, this war you got going, I can't tell if Putin's like plotting a way to get revenge on the dude for saying that, or he's like embarrassed that he said that in front of him. I can't tell what's going on with him.
Man, he's sitting there thinking, damn, do I get polonium in his tea, or is he just like, stomping at me for real? I'm glad. Man, looks like he's like, man, well, it's all of the above. Also, man, it's
He
kind
had
of
balls
funny.
for saying it, though. I mean, this dude had balls for saying that in front of Putin. Now, granted, the Kazakhstan president here, he seemed rather nervous. Like, he seemed very jittery and shaky and stuff like that. I think because he knew what he was saying was going to upset Putin, and he wasn't sure how he was going to react to it. But he said it, though. So, I mean, he's got some balls of steel.
I mean, honestly, man, he's got some bulls of steel. And you know what's interesting, folks, is that Kazakhstan is actually kind of indifferent to Russia these days, funnily enough. Like, for one, they stopped the export of gasoline into Russia earlier this year. They also stopped the smuggling of gas into Russia just about a couple of weeks ago. And now today they're saying the war ought to end because it doesn't even make any sense anymore. And also it doesn't look like it's doing you any good. So honestly, it looks like Kazakhstan is, I'm going to be kind of straight up, man. It looks like Kazakhstan is not valuing their relationship with Russia as much as they used to. And I think that's because they've increased their trade relations with China so much. They're more so leaning China's way than Russia's way, and I think that's why they kind of feel the liberty to say this kind of stuff and do those sorts of things these days.
It could be, possibly. I think Russia might be feeling like Kazakhstan's encroaching on their borders. They might want to invade Kazakhstan next with their pitiful forces.
You're encroaching on my turf, bleed. But anyways, moving us on from that, it's now time for us to get on into the front lines. You know what, folks? I'm going to skip forward to the candy before we get through all the front lines itself. Y'all want to see that Yak clip? All right, here's that Yak 152. Now I'll have to mute the music, of course, but we've got blood. We got a JIT up in here in the Yak 152 spray painted camo with a AR of some sort with a Trajicon ACOG on it. Honestly, nice loadout. And they're out there over Odessa shooting down drones. Look at that.
Oh, and he got it. Look at that, man. Like the freaking, like, Red Baron or something. That's crazy.
Yeah, the quarter
Look, man, like that front view is like straight up Red Baron. Like this view right here of like seeing the pilot in the front seat and stuff like that. I mean, this is insane.
This is great, dude. This is literally like World War II dogfighting footage. It's insane. I mean, honestly, man, it really brings a smile on my face. It's just the wildest thing.
That's crazy.
Man,
Ukrainian barons.
Man, folks used to say, folks, when I was growing up, life ain't like IL-2 Sturmovik. And I tell y'all, folks, life be looking more and more like IL-2 Sturmovik these days. So y'all will get the joke. Some of y'all will get the reference. But another thing that this reminded me of, Matthew, was this painting right here.
Yeah, it is kind of like Snoopy in the doghouse machine gun aircraft thing. It kind of is, really.
Uh,
It's just wild. Yeah, see that's what I want America. Now America doesn't have to go quite this like deep, like with like being very like makeshift with our forces. This is going to now Ukraine has to do what they have to do. Okay, I'm not trying to dog on them for doing this, but this is very crude to say the least. It works, but it's very crude. But it's just that like get it done. Like there's no taking no for an answer type mindset that Ukraine has. Ukraine just uses whatever the hell they've got, and they just start fighting.
Now, Matthew, imagine if the U.S. military had that kind of capability, man. I mean, look at this. The potential.
Oh, oh man, we don't even have to go there though. Like we don't even have to. Like the U.S. doesn't have to resort to stuff like this. I mean, we've got plenty of money and budget and stuff like that to be a little bit more advanced than that. But we don't want to get like too advanced for our own good, where we're like, unless it's the Ferrari, then we can't have it. It's like, oh, that's not going to win the war though.
Matthew, look at it. The potential.
I don't see the potential. I'd rather have that Red Baron plane. The
Hold up.
Yak.
Hold up, man.
Yak,
Hold
yak,
up.
yak, yak, yak.
Matthew, look at it. The potential.
Now this one here, I could see it. Can we get a picture of the Red Baron?
Baron von Richthofen?
If that's who he was, that's fair enough.
Baron von Richthofen. I could probably just type in the Red Baron, but I'm an ass. Let me be like overly specific. There he is. Manfred
You
von
got a picture of him in the
Richthofen.
plane?
I don't know. Maybe it's on here somewhere. Oh yeah, here he is.
Yikes! Oh yeah, I forgot about a couple of the symbolisms that were here, but this was his plane apparently.
I mean, it's not like any of this is like like the Gestieg Verleitmann in die Deutsche Volk thing. Like it's just an iron cross.
Precursor.
Oh, YouTube doesn't care about that. They just care about the other one. Like it's like only the other one. And look at this. Look at it. Would you look at that? I forgot the name of this aircraft, but this was actually I think the one that you used more than the DR1. And oh man, I'm trying to let's see here. Oh yeah, it was an albatross. That's what it's called. These things were the albatrosses, but they had an albatross for a good part of the war, and then you got the DR1 towards the end of it, and then I think he got shot down and killed in the DR1 at the end of the war. That's what it looked like.
Yikes! Yikes!
Yikes! Bro, it's World War One Germany. There's literally nothing questionable about World War One Germany. They were just like there.
Now I know a little bit about these planes. This is the Focke-Wulf Fokker triplane.
This is the Fokker DR1, not the Focke-Wulf. The Focke-Wulf is a World War II thing. Like totally.
I thought that was the company.
I think the company was the Fokker company. Like, let's see. Yeah, it was Fokker Flugzeug.
Well, I guess maybe.
Yeah, Focke-Wulf is let me go pull it up. They're kind of cool looking, but let's see. Hopefully I can get one where it's censored. Like it's
Yeah, don't show any. Don't take a chance. It's not worth it. Whatever it is, it's not worth the chance.
No, you know what? You know what? I know where to find it where it'd be censored. I'm gonna have to take a little bit of artistic liberty here, but this is what they look like. This is a War Thunder picture because they don't have the special symbol on the plane, but that's what they look like.
Yeah, that is something.
That is something indeed. But Matthew, the potential. We can get a couple of guys in the US Air Force with a Cessna 172 and an M240B stuck out the side. Imagine the work that can be done over the Middle East. The stories that will be told, the adventures and the videos to be made. It's there for the taking. All we got to do is put them in there and send them up. We can literally get guys with cataracts flying Cessnas. It doesn't even take a lot. Like you could put anyone there.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
The possibilities, folks. You gotta think with an open mind here. But moving us on from that and on into the front lines, we were able to see within the Kupiansk area today that the 3rd Heavy Mechanized Brigade was putting in those numbers. They got that intro like no other. Holy moly. And look at this. Would you look at it? It's amazing what warfare looks like. This thing's just carrying a giant sack. Oh, getting them good. I gotta say, it's really interesting to see they even have anti-drone warfare against FPVs now. Like, it's becoming so inclusive. It's including literally every platform. There's an anti-drone drone for every drone.
Yeah, it's that inclusivity.
As they always say, folks, diversity is our strength. And in the Ukrainian drone forces, it sure as hell is. But moving us on from
It's a DEI drone.
Those damn DEI drones.
And somebody's about to be like, he's right, damn it, it's a DEI drone.
Man, they ought to get rid of them. But anyway, soon after that, we also got to see some Russian cruise missiles getting shot down with some Ukrainian Stinger teams. Oh, they got that trap. I was having to make sure, folks, but there goes that Stinger. They got that schnozzle. There it goes. Off into the distance. Get it, boy! Boom, and they got it. Oh, Briaga. Well, that's the end of that clip, but I hope y'all enjoyed. Moving us on down and into the area of Shakove, news came out today. Ukrainian forces repelled a massive Russian armored attack on the town of Shakove, destroying 7 Russian tanks, 6 armored vehicles, and over 100 other light vehicles, mainly motorcycles.
Ooh. Why is Russia trying this crap over and over again? It's like they just lost another huge mechanized column yesterday because they tried to. It's like why are they suddenly returning to this? And it's clearly not working. It's working worse than it did before.
It looks like they're just desperate and they're trying every tactic under the sun at this point because they're like, well, maybe if we go all the way back to basics, like back to phonics, maybe we can figure that out and make it work. It's not working. The war, everything's moved well beyond. This is basically saying, what if we got everybody to fight in line formations like it's the 18th century again? It's just not going to work. But the Russians are trying it, though, and they're failing pretty damn badly. Here's a clip showing one of the assaults that was repelled recently and the major losses that the Russian armored forces took. And we can see them doing a whole bunch of cool infographics and whatnot. They love the stuff the Ukrainians do. There's a lot of guys down in bunkers with a whole bunch of free time, and they use it to just make cool infographics. Literally, that's all they do. Oh, there's a tornado. That's an MLRS, by the way. You got a whole little... Oh, here we are. Now here's the clip. There's the tornado getting schmacked. And he says, forces of the 1st Azov Guard Corps blocked the path of the advancing mechanized columns. Mine explosive obstacles were laid on the approaches to the positions of the Ukrainian defense forces. And now we see them showing a little town that the Russians were trying to assault from, and the bridges were destroyed, making their assault even more difficult and more challenging. They're burning the bridges, they say. And even destroying the replacement bridges. Putting a little little computer glitch over this guy, computer glitch filter. And now we see the drones picking them out, singling them out, and then dealing with them. Oh, boy.
Oh my gosh, it's a slaughterhouse. Look at this. It's a freaking slaughter. Jeez, man. Oh my gosh. Dang, they're freaking losing everything. Man, they're literally losing everything.
I mean, the Ukrainians literally wiped them out.
That is so stupid. That's why Russia's not going to win on the front lines. I mean, when they try to do stuff like this, which they've returned back to doing recently for whatever reason, even though it didn't work, it's just failing horribly.
And I mean,
they're resorting back to those Soviet tactics.
Man, they said, look, that old Soviet assault. And he got blown away in an hour. And that was the losses. 7 tanks, 6, VVMs. Let's see, 2. Oh, actually, sorry, folks. This is all in Cyrillic. I was trying to figure that out, and I was like, I don't think I can, so I'm just going to give up on that. Tough day, tough breaks.
It's an old Soviet strategy called the go all in and double it and give it to the next one. But they did double nothing.
Here we're in the old Soviet town of Shukove, watching the Russians try and fail to assault the city. The Ukrainians just blew their asses sky high and scattered them across a wide area, and it looks like they might try it again next week. But it's nasty down there from nasty stuff. Not looking good for the Russians. We also got to see more damage to Russian positions further south. These Russians actually filmed the aftermath of a Ukrainian airstrike on their position.
Они живые, все. Там не вылезти, там очень большие плиты. Один уже ног не чувствует. Мы вот отсюда убежали, вот этого окна.
I don't know where they were, like the sewage pipes or something, but it's been destroyed.
The Russians love being in pipes, like for some reason, like they brag about. They even have mock-ups of like rolling those little like mechanics rollers through pipes.
Man, that's the Russian equivalent of "you ain't got hard hands, mother effer. You ain't been in an oil pipe for a week, sucking in fumes. Your lungs ain't giving out, boy. You gotta get in that pipe. Get in that goddamn pipe." Man, that's like their equivalent. But we also got to see more of it. He's like, "Look, gates were like blown clean out of the holes." He's like, you know, they like got shut out like Looney Tunes cartoon, like real shit, man, crazy.
Тут просто пизда. Вообще сложили нахуй конкретно. Ну так это бомба была, короче, бомбу скинули.
It's a bomb,
бомба управляемая. Ее скидывают, и потом ей доворачивают, куда в точность попасть, ударить.
You hear another one going off on another airstrike. Ooh, not good for the Russian bleed. Moving us on down the line, we also got to see a Ukrainian MiG-29 taking its hand at shooting down a Russian drone. There it is. Graceful. It's about to fire off a little R-73. Pulling a little bit of a tighter turn there. Get him, boy! Squid, bam, bleed. I got literally said bada boom. Like baba boo. I gotta say, the Ukrainian Air Force is truly a work of nature. Moving us on from that clip and on into last clip from Frontline, we were able to see that sadly, a Onyx missile actually hit a river in the Odessa region, which Ukrainian citizens were swimming in, and we were able to see the aftermath of that explosion right there. Quite unfortunate. Luckily, no one was wounded from what we know, or even killed in the strike, but it did come incredibly close to hitting civilians. Moving us on from that clip, it's now time for us to make our way on up into Kyiv and listen to the speech from the President of Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky, here on this day of 1613 of the news from around the world. And so, without further ado, here is the speech. Speech!
Шановні українці, українки, сьогодні, перш за все, я хочу подякувати нашим військовим, нашим розвідкам, Службі безпеки України за влучність. Були нові ураження російських нафтових об'єктів в різних регіонах, зокрема в Тюмені, відстань до України звідти 2000 кілометрів. Українські дрони досягають, саме це були оновлені дрони FP Firepoint. Триває операції проти російських воєнних виробництв, тих, що працюють на удари проти України. Триває наша операція проти російської логістики. Її результати дуже відчутні. Все, що в Росії працює на війну, яку вже давно треба закінчувати, повинна відчувати вплив від відмови Путіна війну закінчувати. Сьогодні я говорив з головнокомандувачем Збройних сил України Драпатим про ситуацію на фронті зараз, особливо на Донеччині, і про наші далекобійні операції «Мідстрайки». Ми продовжуємо цей тиск. Я запланував нараду з главкомом та міністром оборони Хмарою щодо цього. Звісно, відповімо і на удари по наших портах, по аграрних виробництвах. Щодня звіти з нашої Сумської області, з інших регіонів України про наслідки російських влучань по звичайним агропідприємствам, по виробництвам хліба. Це все свідома російська тактика – ударити підло. МЗС України має поінформувати усіх партнерів та поінформувати представників міжнародних організацій про наслідки російської тактики терору проти портів та проти аграрної сфери. Це вже було у 22-му році, коли через російську агресію продовольча безпека в різних частинах світу опинилась під ударом на Близькому Сході, в Північній Африці, в багатьох інших регіонах світу. І зараз через російське блокування вивозу зерна з Чорноморського регіону може бути знов удар. Серйозний удар по вартості життя в таких країнах, як Єгипет, Лівія, багато інших країн, які залежать від імпорту зернових та продуктів переробки зернових. Ми готуємо протидіяти цьому, і ми будемо максимально координуватись з усіма сумлінними партнерами, які можуть допомогти захистити нормальне життя від Росії. Ми маємо також ґрунтовні доповіді розвідки про російські плани на осінь. Чого там немає в російських планах? Так, це миру, на жаль, поки що немає. Путін готує умови для розширення мобілізації. Цифри його втрат говорять самі за себе. За неповних 7 місяців цього року до лав російських Збройних сил надійшли 221 тисяча осіб. У той час, як втрати росіян в той самий період склали майже 225,5 тисяч. Із них 131 тисяча – це убиті. Майже 93 тисячі поранені. Значна кількість поранень важкі, бо у росіян тотально погана фронтова медицина. Путін готується просто забрати нових росіян на війну. Він маскує це іншими словами, маскує це іншими сигналами, але готується. Важливо, щоб ми з партнерами могли натиснути на Росію достатньо, щоб думки про припинення цієї агресії стали домінувати думки про мир, а не про додаткову російську мобілізацію. Наші далекобійні операції, наші мідстрайки цьому сприяють. Все більше росіян помічають путінську війну і втрачають від неї, і думають, що війну не треба затягувати. Ми бачимо це. Ми бачимо і співпрацю Росії з Північною Кореєю. Росія хоче отримати ще 30 тисяч військових з Північної Кореї. Вже з червня готуються у Воронезькій області, щоб їх прийняти. Також Північна Корея готується передати Росії нові пускові установки для балістичних ракет. Це загроза не тільки для України. Росія допомагає Північній Кореї навчатись війні. Вона покращує їхню зброю, дає їм досвід реального застосування зброї. Все це загроза для кожного в Азії, хто в зоні досяжності північнокорейських ракет. Ми будемо протидіяти. І також я доручу розвідці передати партнерам наявну в нас інформацію про нову допомогу Росії іранському режиму. Від початку липня ми фіксуємо активну супутникову зйомку Росією території країн Затоки і розміщених на них американських військових об'єктів. В подальшому такі знімки опиняються у Ірану, і при цьому є чітка кореляція між російськими зйомками об'єктів і ударами іранських сил. Кореляція і напередодні ударів, так і після іранських атак для оцінки завданої шкоди. Тільки за 19 і 20 липня в зону інтересу російських супутників потрапили 4 авіабази. 2 в Бахрейні та по 1 в Йорданії та Кувейті. Зрозуміло, для чого. Ми всі в світі, ми маємо не заплющувати очі на дуже простий факт. Зло завжди шукає, як зробити ще гірше і розповсюдитись. Росію треба зупинити, війну треба зупинити, тиск на агресора має спрацювати. Ракети для ППО, передусім для патріотів, можуть врятувати тисячі і тисячі життів. Кожен з партнерів, які можуть допомогти, мають знати, що за всіма рішеннями, за всіма паузами в постачанні життя людей. І коли ми зможемо виробляти пактери в Україні, ми допоможемо цими ракетами і тим в світі, хто потребує захисту. І кожен, хто зараз допомагає Росії затягувати цю війну, має відповідати, в тому числі за всі глобальні наслідки цієї війни. І треба діяти і долати російський спротив. Я дякую кожному, хто допомагає нам. Я дякую усім, хто з нами, хто з Україною. Слава Україні!
Hiram Slava.
And with that, that is the end of the speech from the President of Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky, here on this day of 1,613 of the news from around the world. And it's about to be time for us to move on into the second segment of the stream, where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all. And I got to say, folks, it's been an absolute honor and a pleasure to cover this news for each and every single one of y'all tonight. I've got to say that we're always honored to be able to cover the news, and it's a really nice thing to know that we were able to have a bit of a return to form here and get to cover the Ukraine war as our main story of the night. I hope that many of y'all have enjoyed that as much as we've enjoyed it. It's always a fun thing to get to talk about, and there's always a lot going on around the world to have to keep an eye on. And, of course, I hope that many people do enjoy everything else that we covered as well outside of Ukraine. Now, it's time for us to get on into those questions. And in these questions, folks, people can ask literally anything and everything except for religion, politics, climate change, whether the A-10 is relevant to modern warfare or not, whether we nuke Iran in certain circumstances, and everything else in between. But Matthew, what do we got here? What do we got?
All right, so jumping into our final question segment right here and getting our super chats first and our live chat questions right after that, we have a lot of good stuff to get to right here. But also, by the way, real quick, I'm just curious, what is the average North Korean salary monthly translated to US dollars? Can you get that real quick? I'll try to see if I can find it faster on my end too. I just want to know.
Average North Korean salary. So they make a few US dollars a month.
So I was trying to make sure I was correct here. Let's see. I'm double checking that on my end real quick to see if that is the case. Let's see here.
So
Give it just a second. I'm searching right now. What did you find as well?
They make around it depends on the conversion rate for North Korean won or the Korean People's won, but it's anywhere in between $5.50 to $11 a month.
Okay, so if the North Koreans could afford one Starbucks coffee per month with their monthly salary translated to US dollars, that's really insane when you really think about it. And also, that's the salary for like the household, or is that for a person?
That's for a person. So if you have a husband and wife, they're going to be like a whopping $10 a month.
That's crazy right there, really. That's insane. You really can't even live off of that.
Well, on the bright side, though, they can afford a box of Bounty white paper napkins to wipe away those tears of how little they're making.
It's really awful. It's abysmal.
It is abysmal. I would have to say that it's a bit of a starving diet in terms of income there. Seems like a little bit deficient, in the money, like a little bit broke and all. A little sad, honestly. Kind of unfortunate for them. Well, at least they're not bastard dog imperialist Americans, I guess. I guess that's one thing they can say. It's a bit of a positive, I suppose, at least with how they think and all.
Yeah, I guess so. They really don't think very highly of Americans. I don't know why that is. It's just a blind hatred, I guess. But anyways, though, moving into our next one here, our first super chat. This is going to go to none other than Ryan C. And thank you very much, Ryan, for that generous $100 support. And we appreciate it very, very much. He said, how can any country not support Ukraine? They've pushed back and repeatedly frustrated what was widely considered the world's second most powerful military, and that's courage, resilience, and leadership.
And I thank you humongously for that incredible support, Ryan C. And I'd have to say, really, I don't get it either, how a country couldn't support Ukraine, unless if they're an axis state like China or Iran, then it kind of, it's just against their interest to support Ukraine full on. But for everybody here in the West world, it's like, it makes no sense not to support Ukraine. Ukraine is fighting a war against one of our largest adversaries in the modern day, almost single-handedly, and they're also winning. So it's like, why in the world would we not want to back the winning dog in that fight? And why in the world would we also not want to see the West prevail and win, which would also include the United States? I don't really understand exactly why in the world some countries don't support Ukraine directly, the United States, because it makes absolutely no sense at all that we would kind of start to leave allies high and dry when they're actually fighting a war for their very survival, and their survival is inherently within our interest to support. But a humongous thanks to you for that incredible and massive support, Ryan C. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running, and we wouldn't be able to keep talking about all the kind of stuff we talk about each and every single night. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on and into the next one.
So the next one's going to go to Ryan C. once again, who puts in another generous $100 support. And thank you very much, Ryan, as well, for that 100 once more. He said, honestly, guys, serious question. Why isn't Israel helping with the Strait of Hormuz? And why does it seem like the U.S. is carrying all the responsibility? And am I missing something here? And I think the U.S. has asked Israel to sit this one out. I think they asked them to sit it out because Israel, I think they would be attacking Iran right now if the U.S. hadn't told them that, because Israel loves to go take pot shots at Iran. That's like their pastime, basically. So I think they would be, but I think because the U.S. Telling them to sit down, that's why they're not taking a part in it. And really, honestly, there's not much that Israel could do, really. They could airstrike the coast, but they really couldn't just reopen the Strait of Hormuz on their own accord, at least in my opinion. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would agree with all that, but I also have to add on Israel getting involved might, in no better words to describe it, F everything up, because Israel doesn't really do what we want, they do what they want. So we could say something like, hey, don't blow up any oil facilities because that's going to create problems on our end for what we're trying to do. And then Israel the next day would go and bomb an oil facility, or it'd be like, hey, don't hit all the top leaders because we need like a government that we know we can talk to that'll still be in charge, and then they'll kill Mujtaba. You know, it's like that kind of stuff in the first war was what led to a lot of frustrations. It also led to a lot of frustrations of us having to cover it here on the channel, is because the Israelis kind of just ended up doing whatever the hell they wanted to do. Even when it wasn't in the US's interest, they would just do it. And you know, another big one, like this was the big one, is that now it's stupid for the United States to negotiate with Iran. I want to say that opening up here. But if the US is going to try and negotiate with Iran, while we can protest that greatly here in the United States, and me and Matthew make that quite clear, especially now and back then, it's a whole other thing when Israel tries to step in and start trying to blow up the negotiators, so that way the negotiations can't even happen. And the Iranians are basically in an endless limbo land of having to find new negotiators, or they're pissed off because the U.S. basically let Israel bomb out the negotiators. And that was another thing that happened at the beginning. So I would say, really, they couldn't do a lot. Like Matthew was saying, I would definitely agree with that. And also on the other side of things, if they did anything, they're probably going to do whatever they want outside of what the U.S. is asking them not to do, and they might end up screwing us over. So I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. And a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, Ryan, we wouldn't be able to answer good questions like that. And we also wouldn't be able to keep this channel running and keep it on air. And I got to thank you greatly once again for that support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a super chat from Punisher of the North, who put in a $20 support. And thank you very much, Punisher, for the 20. He said, hey, good evening, Enforcers. I live in northern Michigan, and please check out the Ozable River Canoe Race. It's going on tonight and passes right through my town. And people from all over the U.S. and the world enter the race in LOC.
Really? Northern Michigan, is that the Upper Peninsula, or is that northern Michigan up here? Let me find out here. Let me find out. The Ozable River. The Ozable River.
So man, I'll tell you what, they call them Michiganders. That's what they call them. Matt wants to take a propaganda at this canoe race.
Wow, this is really beautiful.
That is beautiful.
Wow, I never knew, like, I gotta say, like, I don't mean to say this, like, trying to throw smoke at Michigan. I just never really thought, like, Michigan's not one of the places that comes to mind to me where it's like, you know, it's got, like, natural beauty with it. But this is very pretty looking. I really like this a whole lot. You know, the more people, like, there are a lot of folks actually who watch this channel from Michigan, and the more they always talk about Michigan and we look around, I gotta say, there is a lot of areas of natural beauty in the state of Michigan. Really something, honestly. And I got to say, I really want to go up there these days and take a look at it. I don't know if y'all heard, folks, but a survey came out today that apparently Detroit is the most stressed out city in the United States. And I guess, Mandy, that's why every time we make a joke on Detroit, some people wild out in here and go, shut your damn mouth, man, because they're already like on edge like all day, every day.
I have no idea why they'd be on edge at all.
I have no clue. Why is that? Let's see here, but let's see. The All Sable River Canoe Race. let's see. Let me pull up the river. Well, hang on. It's got to be around here somewhere, right? Let's see here. Maybe it's here.
I don't know. I don't live there.
Well, I wasn't asking you, man. I was just asking a rhetorical question for everybody.
Oh, okay.
Oh, don't sound sad. No. I was trying to include you, man. No. Really. I appreciate your inputs. Don't get sad on me. Don't get sad on me now. I was just saying it. I didn't mean it like that. You accept that, don't you?
Yeah, I accept it. Show us what they got going.
Oh, okay. That doesn't sound like you accepted that, but yeah, let's see. Let me pull up this race, the All Sable Canoe Race. Where is this at on this river? It's in so it is in Grayling, Missouri. So, well, I'm not Grayling, Missouri. Grayling, Michigan. Let's take a look. The town of Grayling. A lot of log cabins out here. That's really cool looking. I like that. Nice little bridge over the river. Wow, this is really like a cool place. Like really, I think this is actually a really neat spot. Let's take a look at the town itself on the main street. What do we got here?
Ooh, this is pretty neat.
Yeah, it's pretty cool actually. Like I was looking around.
That's like a brothel. That's like an old brothel building right there in the corner. Like, what is it today?
Why would you say it's a brothel?
It's like in the old westerns, they'll have like, like so and so standing up there on the balcony going, "Yoo-hoo!" like up there on the balcony.
Bro, they sell books here now, man. Like, bro, they sell.
Okay, it's a bookstore now. I'm just saying the building looked like that.
Yoo-hoo! Man, bro.
yeah. Man, don't act like you don't know what I'm talking about. All the westerns have that. They even had that in Star Trek when they like did a western like makeover.
Man. Bro, talking about tip the mitten. Bro, like, man. Oh man, actually in our hometown, folks of Wetumpka, the biggest building in the town. Remember, Matthew, was that big brick building that they painted the steamboat mural on? That thing in the 1930s, the whole building was a brothel, no joke.
Oh dang. The whole thing?
The whole building. It was like the biggest building in town, and the whole building was a brothel. No joke. But anyways, beyond that though, really cool town. Let's take a look at the rumbling river. And let's see what we got down here with this river. Now let's drop down now. Wow, would you look at that? Ain't that just the cutest thing?
That is cute, isn't it?
Man, it's
something. Nice, but I mean, it's nothing out of this world. I saw stuff like this in Alabama.
Well, damn, man, you know how to put it down now. Well, like I'm trying to be positive here.
This is just like the classic Americana.
But I will have to say, that is really cool, that there's going to be a canoe race through here. And I hope that it's a fun time, a fun shindig for everybody up here in northern Michigan. And so a humongous thanks to you for supporting.
I think Michigan's where they had that congressman here who was like off the rails. He passed away a short while back, but he's like off the rails. He's like, sit your tail down, girl. So
girl, I ain't got no tail. Man,
I ain't got no tail. And then go ahead then. It's like that crazy guy.
Was he a city councilor in Flint or something like that?
It could have been, maybe. That dude was a menace.
Girl, I ain't got no tail. Can you stop? Yes, I can. All that kind of stuff.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, that was it. That was the one. Man, that was wild stuff back then, man. Play my theme song, and then they start playing his theme song while he's walking in. Bro, that stuff was wild, man. No, absolutely wild. A menace.
Really. No wonder they got nothing done with that dude in there. It's like, he's basically showing up to troll.
Man, they said, man, this lead in the pipes is like messing people's brains up. Yes, you do. I was like, okay, yeah, we definitely got proof of this. Like, it's like, this is definitely a crisis at this point. But, really, I will have to say, Punisher North, really cool to hear about the canoe races. And I hope that they do go well and that it's incredibly fun. And also, a huge thanks to you once again for support and help the channel keep running. And a big shout out to Enforcer Daniel as well. I hope he is doing quite well indeed. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also have here our $20 support from Lori62. And thank you very much, Lori, for that $20 support. And they said, thanks for all you do. Take one from the chat and LSA.
Oh, it's nothing really. We just hold the whole world on our shoulders. I'm just kidding, by the way, folks. But unabashed narcissism is all the rage these days, folks. Remember that. If you ever want to make it in life, just look towards the president. If you just got endless and a boundless narcissism, anything's possible. But beyond that, though, all jokes aside, we will make sure to take one from the chat. So, Matthew, what do we got?
So the one from the chat goes to none other than Cerberus3. He said a question about Maduro. Oh, a throwback to Maduro. He's going crazy in the jail cell right now, by the way. He's in there yelling in the middle of the night when it's dark in the jail. I'm the president of Venezuela! It's like, okay. But he said, did they ever explain how they can charge him with the weapons charge? I think they dropped that one, by the way. I think they dropped it. I might be mistaken on that. But they set the trial for like mid next year, which is insane, by the way. That's a very long time to put off a trial. Like that might be violating the speedy trial, like the whole thing about that. Like you have to have a speedy trial in America. It can't be dragged out that long. So I don't know. I think they might have dropped it. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say, as far as Maduro's going, I don't really know a lot about what's going on with Maduro and the weapons charge or anything else. After he got nabbed, I kind of just buried the story mentally in my head and I just moved on. So sadly, I haven't been following the updates from that one in iota. But a big thanks to your support and help this channel to keep it running, and I hope that it does address that well. And you know what? Before we move on, we've got the time tonight. We've got the time. Matthew, it's graffiti time. It's graffiti hour with the Enforcer. Why don't we show all the folks the work that was done today? I've seen that a lot of y'all really find the graffiti stuff neat, and I was just thinking right there while we were about to move on, I was like, you know what? Why don't we have a small rabbit hole on the graffiti that was done today? So let me go ahead and send it to Matthew so that way I can show it to y'all. So this is one that I've had in my head for a minute, and I was like, I think it'd be pretty neat to do. It's not based on anything in real life, but it is pretty cool. It's Ghost. Look at that.
That is something.
Yeah. Man, you can't actually see it on the full screen, but this was a graffiti that I freestyled today off of the top of my head, and the first one I've ever done like that. It's the same side of the boxcar that I showed y'all the other day, where I did the actual, like, prototypical paint for paint sort of a match on one side of the car, but on the other side, I was like, you know what? I don't have a prototype to work with, so I'm just going to go and do whatever I want. So I decided to do one graffiti piece, and I decided to do the ghost text. I used new paints. I used purple and like blue, kind of like cotton candy colors, sort of, because I thought that would look good, and it turned out to look pretty good. And I also made a little ghost. It even has pupils. So that's pretty neat. So this is my first ever graffiti where I've done something that's not just text. It's actually like a little creature thing, like the little ghost creature. So I was pretty happy with that. Quite the move forward, and it took it took a good minute to do those little pupils. Like you can't really notice them even until you zoom in, but I had to sit there, folks, and I did a dry run of like packing the paintbrush right into the middle of the eyes to make sure that the little pupils would be in the right spot. And then I put a little dab of white paint at the end of the paintbrush, and I dabbed both of the pupils on perfectly the first shot. So very happy with it. And also, one thing that I'm starting to do a little bit more is layering the paint. The ghost was actually made up of 3 layers generally, so it was quite a lot of work to be able to do, but pretty happy with it. Also, I see SD Noel saying, what paint brands do you use? I used AK and AK Pigments, I believe it's called. The different paint companies, I think it's like the same one, but that's what I used, and I also did that all with a paintbrush. So nothing but fine point paintbrushes, and I was just sitting there literally just brushing it on. So no airbrush at all used with that. It was all done by hand. So I was pretty happy with it. I thought it looked pretty cool, and hopefully I'll be able to get on and into another graffiti. Maybe just start freestyling all of them and use some of them for inspiration from real life. Because freestyling it was really fun because I got to come up with my own design and kind of do all that. So pretty cool. And also I saw D-Lo say, why not LSA? I'm thinking about doing that, but I want to do that on a let me show y'all here. Raw auto rack. Actually, you know what? Let me go to the website and show the one I want to do it on, because I got this from Scale Trains. And so, give them a little bit of a plug and also show a picture of it. Oh, let's see here. Let me get to it. All right, so here we go. So the one I was wanting to do this on, like the LSA one, was on this Thrall auto rack from Scale Trains. I have one of these, actually. And what I was thinking would be cool is to take this whole inside right here and do the eagle right through here on the metal, and then put LSA in big text down here on the very far end, right down here. I don't know what I'm going to do on this side. Usually auto racks in real life are covered in a whole bunch of different little graffiti jobs along the whole side, because these cars are huge. They're like 80 feet long. So they're like giant graffiti billboards, basically. So I was like, I might do it on this one because I think that'd be pretty cool. And I also like the Thrall auto racks. They just look really neat. And also, I think this is Matthew's favorite rail car, or it's the double stack well cars that carry the container boxes. I'm not sure. So I wanted to be something that everyone could look at and be like, oh yeah, that's neat, governor. That's real neat, yeah. But anyways, with that, I hope that I've addressed that somewhat well. And also, by the way, folks, the LSA thing's kind of a little complicated, actually, because I've got to figure out, how I'm going to design that, because I do the sketch with a pencil before I actually put it onto the model to figure out what's going to look like, and then I put it on the model. So I kind of had to figure out how to do that, because I've never drawn the LSA Eagle, and it has a large arcing leaf spring on it, and also a couple of other design features that would be a little bit tough to make sure that I stencil out right with the pencil. So I want to make sure that I stencil that out right and it looks good, so that way when it's put on, it's almost like photo or picture perfect, really. So I hope that addresses that question well. But I'm going to get to doing the LSA Eagle and the LSA logo at some point here in the future. And so with that, folks, it's time for us to move on and into the next one.
And our next super chat goes to Rosalie Love, who puts in a $20 support. And thank you very much, Rosalie, for the 20. And they said, we'll toss in a few bucks tonight and see you at the fundraiser tomorrow.
Hey, and a big thanks to you for support, Rosalie Love. And we do hope to see you at the fundraiser tomorrow. Tomorrow's Sunday night fundraiser night. Yippee! And hopefully we'll see that it will be a great fundraiser tomorrow. We're not really sure who we're running yet. But once we pick them, hopefully we'll see that the goal is hit and well surpassed. And so, a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on and into the next one.
We also have a 20 from Cade980, and thank you, Cade, as well, for that $20 support. He said the walls have closed in around the president, and he has no good options left, so he's floundering all over the place. There's two ways forward: boots on the ground or full capitulation to Iran, and he's out of time.
You know, I would agree that the walls have kind of closed in. It's just time to make an option, but how do I say this? The president's far beyond, like, any reason. Like, I don't even think he understands the walls have closed in around him. He probably doesn't even give a shit, if we're being completely frank. Sadly, like, that's the truth of it. And so, you know, you'll probably just keep acting like the whole world revolves around him, because if anything we've learned at this point, it's that the president exists for the president. That's it. He doesn't care about the country's interest or anything that I can tell. It's basically just whatever he thinks is the best. Whether that be good or not, it doesn't matter. If it turns out badly, he'll just say it went good anyways. So I would agree with you that the walls have closed in. He's got to make a decision. But at the same time, he's just like, he's completely incapable of making a decision. And if he makes one, it's not going to be a good one anyway. So, I hate to say it that way, but that's honestly what I'm thinking at this point. I don't even really think a lot of people could disagree with that anymore. I don't really see a lot of people who have alternative opinions much on that regard anymore anywhere out there. I mean, like, I don't know if you've seen it, Matthew, but I've seen people from both sides of the aisle kind of starting to get to the point where everyone's just kind of agreeing, this guy kind of just doesn't really know what he's doing on anything at all, ever. And it's getting to the point that I think most people are fed up with it. So,
he's not listening to anybody. He's not listening at all. It's like the whole country, for example, another issue that's going on right now, the whole country's up in arms about the data centers moving into their neighborhoods. And then there's statements being made that you can't fight the data centers. Like, if you're against the data centers, you're for foreign countries and stuff like that. It's like, you know, I'm like, you're not here to tell people what to believe. You're here to represent the people's interests. It's like, he doesn't seem to understand that. It's like, the people are who you're representing. It's not you're there representing yourself and the people will listen and do what you say. It's like, that's not the way the position's supposed to work. But that seems to be a huge disconnect there. I think a lot of people are getting frustrated, and he's going from issue to issue to issue doing that. So I'm like, you can't take the opposite position of what the people want and then like tell them "Yeah, it's going to be this way or else. It's like that's how like your popularity goes down the toilet.
Also, that's a pretty dictatorial mindset to act like he's basically the decision maker and no one has room to dissent at all. Like I gotta be honest with y'all, folks. On foreign policy, like I'm gonna say this quite clearly, because I think a lot of y'all are getting this already. As far as foreign policy goes, a ham sandwich could do better than the current president, and a ham sandwich is incapable of making an action, and an action will probably be better than the actions and decisions that the current guy's making. I don't even think that's that far removed from the fact at this point. Because I haven't seen stupidity of this degree ever. And the last administration, I believed at the time, was as low as it could get. I was like, this is about as inactive or as stupid as an administration could get. It can't get any worse. And now we've got this administration that's come around, and it has somehow gotten worse beyond even my wildest expectations. So at this point, I've really just completely wrapped up the bag on it. I just have given up. Like, I've just given up on having hope for this guy. It's like, it's hopeless. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
And we also have here a $20 support from USDA approved Jenna last name Tolls. And thank you very much, good sir, as well for that support right there. That username's still crazy, I'll say that. But that's a good thing, getting some approval from time to time. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I got to say, a big thanks to your support and helping this channel to keep it running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible and keep it running and keep reading off your name, which is always a trip. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that was addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And we also have here our $20 support from Father Avery Daniel. And thank you very much, Father Avery, for that $20 support. He said it's infuriating. And he said, in his opinion, the U.S. president's incompetent and unstable, and his chosen defense team are equally incompetent, in Avery's words. He said, deeply frustrating. LLT LSA, and this is for the chicken fund.
And I thank you greatly for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And long live the Lee Spring Army. And I would have to say that as far as the defense team, they're so focused. Like,
can we be honest for a second? Can we be honest for a second?
Yeah, let me get mine out. I'm gonna just be completely honest, because folks, I'm kind of stuttering here because I'm trying to figure out how to, not get the Kool-Aid drinkers just irate.
Don't say anything too crazy.
But I'm gonna say this. The current people that are in the Department of Defense are so far up their own ass with political ideology, they're not even really focusing on their job, because they're far more focused on making sure that the soldiers have good chin lines and that they have high volumes of testosterone, that they're not even focusing on what actually wins wars, which is fighting the war, and also fighting the war from the logistics standpoint, which is what this nation has persevered and succeeded in for 250 years. And we're seeing now that that's completely on the back burner, and instead we're caring about how they look. I'll tell you all this, folks. You can look like a damn Athenian, or you can look like an utter hag, and if you don't have any ammunition to fight with on the front lines, you're dead all the same. You're just dead looking good, or you're dead ugly. It's much more important for us to focus on giving the troops munitions than it is trying to wonder how much testosterone they got in them and whether they need testosterone therapy. That's the honest truth of it. But Matthew, what were you going to say?
I was going to say it's impossible. The people may not even be incompetent. Like that's the catch about it. Like there are some people that may genuinely be incompetent, and there's some that aren't, but they simply can't speak up and actually have a voice because they're not allowed to have a voice. So it's kind of hard to separate the ones that are competent from the ones that aren't. I mean, the ones that are competent, they're cowardly because they're not speaking up. That's their problem. And then the ones that are incompetent, they don't even know what they're doing wrong because they're incompetent. They just simply don't have it in them to understand what they're doing wrong. That's why they're incompetent in the first place. So when you have somebody that's not willing to listen, it doesn't matter who you have around you. It doesn't matter if they're like intelligent or not. And also, by the way, most intelligent people won't stay in an environment like that. They'll resign and they'll leave because they're like, well, hell, I'm not going to be sitting around here like a figurehead, just having a position and then not being listened to. I'm not here for that. If it's going to be like that, I'll go find a job somewhere else where I'm actually listened to and let my professionalism go to good use. But you can't. I mean, most smart people aren't going to stay around an environment like that.
Yeah, it's just not. And I see some people saying, oh, I see some people going political in the chat. Here's the thing, folks. If I'm just speaking completely honest, the military and the government isn't a place to like try and like push forward domestic political ideologies, like trying to push forward DEI at all costs, or it's got to be the high T army. That stuff, like, who cares? Like on either direction, who cares? Like, the job of the Department of Defense is to prepare for war and fight a war if it's necessary in national defense or in an offensive war. That is the goal. Everything else beyond that is secondary. It's a social thing. It's a domestic political issue, and things are getting far too domestically politicized these days. That's what I would say has probably led us to being screwed over now, is that the last administration was focusing on how do we implement every single domestic policy on the morality side of things into the military, and let's just completely drop everything else that's involved with actually keeping the military at some state of readiness. And now the current administration is doing the same. It's just in a complete 180. So instead of it being like trying to push DEI and everything else to the extreme, now they're coming in and saying we need to do the complete opposite. We need to have the high T military. We need to ban these people from serving and this and that and everything else. It's like, who gives a damn? Like, I really don't. I really don't care regardless. It's like, I don't even know why this is even being put into the forefront of thinking and the time being spent by top officials within the military on this stuff. It's like, this is the least important stuff.
You got to distract from all the stuff that's going wrong somehow. So you got to create issues at some point. It's like, if they don't have something to talk about, everybody's going to be focusing on the stuff that's going wrong, which is a lot at this point. So, I mean, just manufacture issues, which is what it looks like to me. A lot of these issues are being manufactured just that way they have a scapegoat to point at and be like, look at this over there. It's so bad. And ignore this, like, horrible, like, really bad structural stuff that's going wrong over here on the right. Look at this other junk over here.
Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. It's just absolutely stupid. It's like, why don't we focus on actually running the government, like, properly, instead of just making it a whole, I've gotten in the government and now I'm reversing the culture war. Now it's a revolution in a whole other way. And what's kind of sad about it, folks, is that right now, here's what I'm thinking. Like, and maybe people will disagree with me, but these days with how it works is that right now, it's the Republicans that are pushing the stupidity. But if a Democrat gets elected, it's just going to be the Democrats pushing the stupidity in a complete 180 in a different way. But it's basically the same thing. I mean, but that's the truth.
We're going to piss everybody off saying that. And also, that's a blanket statement, too. It's kind of hard to put a blanket statement on everybody.
Well, no, that's the truth of it. Like, if you elect someone, like in the last administration, they were doing the same thing just in the 180. That's the truth of it. Like, whether people don't like that or not, and whether people want to think their guys are great or not, I mean, that's the truth of it all. These people got to stop focusing on this kind of stuff, and they got to focus on what the actual business of the game is, which is making the government efficient, or making the departments that they're operating or in charge of actually perform properly. That's just the truth of it, and no one's focusing on that anymore, and that's why we're seeing all of these shortcomings. But I hope that does address that the best I can, and a big thanks to you for support, Father Avery Daniel, and long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never die. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $20 support from It Think Sono, and thank you for that 20, by the way. They said, newer sub here, and you're right that they're floundering right now with the U.S. leadership. They won't commit to an invasion because the brass knows it'll be a bloody invasion, and we can't win by just bombing a bunch of targets in Iran, and they won't walk away looking weak. We trapped, guys.
We kind of are, honestly, at this point. The thing is, I hate to say this, folks. The thing is, the truth of it is that at this point, we're in a war. We have to fight it until conclusion. And that kind of just comes with whatever follows. If it ends up being really bloody, it just ends up being really bloody. And I don't even like saying this, folks, but that's just kind of the truth of it, is that if you get in a war and you're kind of in over your head, then you just kind of take on all the negatives with it. There's really no way to mitigate negatives at that point. And as far as that goes, really the only thing I can tell y'all is if y'all don't like the truth of that, then you kind of need to look at the people who made the decision to go into the war without any proper prep or really planning or thinking, and make sure that those people, when the next election cycle comes around, are no longer around, or that there are people there that seem like they actually have a head about them and some sense, because this is kind of what I mean. I don't mean to say, like, in a way we reap what we sow, because people are dying over there right now and it's a tragedy, but when we elect people who don't really think much farther than their nose, we get decisions and consequences that were not measured out farther than their nose, and that's what we're seeing right now. That's honestly,
and also you can't blame you can't blame Israel for it all the way either, because the popular narrative that's going around, it sounds like Iran's now repeating the narrative too. They're saying that Israel basically coaxed the U.S. into the war and basically drug us into it by attacking Iran's top leadership in the first 30 seconds of the war. They're saying that the U.S. got involuntarily dragged into the situation. It's like the U.S. doesn't get involuntarily dragged into anything. If we don't want to get involved, we simply don't get involved. If Israel goes there and starts like a hellstorm with Iran, and then Israel finds themselves in deep trouble because of what they started, that's their problem, not ours. It's not our job to go over there and try to save them from that. They shouldn't be starting wars with people if they're not ready for it. That's as simple as it gets. So this whole narrative that somehow like Israel's to blame, it's like, well, the U.S. isn't a child. We make decisions. If we want to go to war, we go to war. If we don't, we don't. It's our decision.
Also, to add to that, that doesn't really stand up at all, because we were willing to invade Greenland earlier last year, and we also attacked Venezuela and took Maduro out of the country. So it's like, why in the world would we ever really believe that the U.S. was just, incidentally dragged into a conflict? I mean, the U.S. was trying to bring war to our very own alliance, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, later last year, just because the president didn't get a Nobel or something, I'm assuming. And so, instead of bringing the bringer of peace, they're now going to be the bringer of war. So now we need to take and annex Greenland. And then we also went to war with Venezuela. And then we went from that, riding on the high of the Venezuela situation, just right into Iran. And also there were some other things going on then as well that, might have required everyone to look somewhere else. And it's like, it's really hard to say that the U.S. just, stupidly and unwillingly just kind of like got pulled in, because the truth of the matter is, folks, is that in the last administration, the U.S. didn't get pulled in. I mean, Israel and Iran went into the 12-day war. Oh, actually, no. Actually, correction. That was during this administration. I'm trying to remember the one that happened in 2024. The Iranians launched a missile attack on Israel, and Israel conducted a retaliatory airstrike on Iran, and the U.S. didn't get involved at all. Not one bit. Like, we just completely stepped back and didn't get involved at all. And what a lot of people were saying then, and what's silly, folks, is that a lot of people just believe what they hear, or they just repeat the talking points they hear. Because back then, the statement was, oh my God, the president's so weak and stupid, he didn't get involved in defending Israel. How dare he do that? He needs to be involved, and he needs to bomb Iran. Now the current president bombs Iran, and it didn't go well, and now everyone wants to say, oh, this president's so stupid, he bombed Iran. We shouldn't have done that. We should have just left Israel out to the cleaners. And it's like, people just repeat whatever they hear, so a lot of the public discourse, to be entirely honest, is kind of uninformed and disingenuous to a degree. But also outside of that, though, it's like the current president shouldn't have fought the war if we weren't prepared. It's like
It wasn't about being prepared, though. It was the strategy. I mean, look at the opening phase of the war, and look at we have to sort of like assume what the strategy was, because obviously we don't like to get to hear it from them directly, like the commanders and the president. They're not saying the strategy outright, but it appears to me what the strategy was is that they believed if in the first 30 seconds of the war, if they took out all of Iran's top leadership, including the father Khamenei, then the Iranians would be so shook by that they would simply just give up after maybe a few days. That appears to be what they thought. So there appeared to be no plan B. They didn't plan on taking control of the Strait of Hormuz. They didn't plan on, conducting an extended war, because somebody believed that the Iranians would just give up. And if Israel's the one that said that that's the way it was going to go, then they were just blatantly lying if they're the ones that said that. They know how Iran operates, and they know that's not the way they would function whatsoever. Now, the U.S. might make that mistake because, the U.S. leadership right now doesn't really understand how extreme Iran truly is, and they're finding out now just how bad they really are. So, whoever came up with that strategy was a real doofus.
Well, we kind of know who came up with that strategy. I'll tell you, I won't say who it is, but I'll tell you, folks, that it certainly wasn't any of the career generals in the military that came up with that plan. That I will tell you. And then you can kind of fill in the blanks as to who probably came up with that plan. But it's brutal, though, on another end, though, that if they were thinking that this war was coming, the current administration had a full year and 2 months to prepare for the war before it happened. Like, if they had come into office, they were like, we are going to war with Iran. Why in the world did they not get the war industries ramped up to speed to produce the munitions that we need in the volume that we would need before the war? That tells me in itself right there that this was a spur of the moment decision done at the beginning of this year. let's just bomb them. Like that. Like that's just what that was said one day, and then they start working on that within weeks, and then it got into the motions because they said, "Oh, we've been planning this for oh, we've been planning this for years." And the current administration came in, they've been planning it the whole time they were in office. It's like, well, if they were, why in the world was the Department of Defense not involved in conducting any acquisitions contracts or bids for more ordnance that we know that we're going to be expending and need to sustain the number of once the war begins? Why weren't they doing that yet? And that tells me
They
that
took
they
it
had
for
no
granted.
plan.
They took the Venezuela success for granted. You know, we said that actually, if you recall, like way back during the Venezuela thing when that was going on, we said hopefully the U.S. doesn't take this success in Venezuela and try to superimpose that success on the Iranian situation. Because if they do that and they go into that situation, guns blazing with no real plan, then it's going to go badly. Now, it actually went badly. Like, it actually ended up going quite badly because it doesn't seem they really had a good plan, to say the least. The plan was stupid. They ought to ask the people in a congressional hearing who came up with that plan. It's like, who was the one that came up with that strategy of how the war opened? It's like, and nobody's really asking by that question, like, for accountability, because whoever came up with that is an idiot. Like if it's a general, they need to be fired, whoever came up with that plan.
Oh, it wasn't a general. That I can tell you. It was not a general. I mean, like the generals are going to work off of the known knowledge. Like they're going to go to the like generals are not going to take risk and just come up with something off the top of their head. I mean, there's entire wargaming departments in the Department of Defense that just sit there all day, and their whole job is to come up with hypothetical scenarios and plan out how in the world would the U.S. fight that. So we have a war plan for everything. So if a general was in charge, they would have gone, I'm not going to risk this shit. They would have gone straight to the filing cabinet, war plan green, war with Iran. Here's the hypothetical scenario. This is what we need to do. And they'd be like, yeah, we're just going
But
to
they
like,
resigned though. But they
huh?
usually resign though. You remember down in Venezuela, you saw the general for that area of responsibility resigned right before it really got kicked off. You remember that?
Why? Oh, the Southcom commander?
Yeah, remember he resigned. I think he resigned like right before that crap got going really heavily. You know what, hitting the boats, leaving the coast and stuff like that. I think he left right before that.
Yeah, he did leave, but the thing is though is that the current generals though, like if it worked under the process of the president was like, we need to go to war with Iran to achieve this objective. Like, like just a major stroke deal, like brushstroke deal. Like, we need to go to war with Iran to denuclearize them and, also conduct a regime change. If a general was in charge, and that was just the broader overview, the general would have all of the authority to actually conduct or plan out the war. And he would go to the war planning department and he would go, do we have a hypothetical for that? And they would go, yes, we do. We've gamed it out, and this is what we have. This is the war plan. And he would go, okay, let's just tweak it a little bit, like to fit the current situation, gather some intelligence and reconnaissance over these next few months, make sure that the acquisitions department is getting out bids and contracts for more ordnance, because this is the expected expenditure rate per month, and we're going to need to at least sustain that amount for the conflict. And Mr. President, this is the war plan. Like, this is what we're going to do. We just need you to, sign off on it. And, here's maybe another option of what we could do. And then the president goes, I like this one or that one. And then they go with it. But in no military planning, like in any military planning, would they go, let's just completely ignore the Strait of Hormuz, blow up the leader of the country, and then just keep bombing their capital every day for like a month and a half and see if that works. Like, there's nothing in a U.S. war plan anywhere that's that simple and brain dead. Like, a general would never think at that brain dead of a level. Like, it's impossible.
Yeah, but
Because
why would a general carry it out though if he knew it was going to fail? It's like why would he stay there, simply go along with it if they thought it was not going to work? That's why I'm wondering if the generals thought maybe it was going to work and they went along with it because they believed in the plan. That's what I'm wondering.
should I be honest here and give the actual answer?
I'll just make sure it's safe enough to sound stream.
All those generals that would have done that were already told to resign and were replaced by others last year. Remember, like, it was the largest amount of demands of resignations or removals of position that have been seen. The people who are there right now are probably, kind of more spineless to where they know it's a bad idea, but they go, yes, sir, we'll go ahead and do that instead. And then they just go along with it.
Maybe so. I see some people saying to keep their jobs. I understand. Like I'm not unsympathetic to people. By the way, like for example, if somebody's a general or something like that, and they're like, "Dang, I've worked my way up like to this career ladder, like to this point. I've really worked hard to get in this position, and just to finally get in the position, and then be faced with a possibility of literally having to resign right after they got it." Obviously that's not a good position to be in. And I feel sympathetic to that. But at some point, I mean, people have to say, for the good of the country, I can't go along with a plan that I know is going to get service members hurt and it's going to end up doing the country badly. Like that's at some point there has to be some honor in it. At some point, like where people say, I can't go along with that plan. If you want to keep that plan, then you're going to have to find somebody else. I can't be the one to do it. I mean, and also it protects their legacy because I mean, somebody's going to be the scapegoat for this thing going wrong, and naturally, it's probably going to be the people that went along with it. That's who's probably going to be the scapegoat because they really didn't speak up. So, I mean, if I was in that position, I would be bummed out as hell thinking, damn, I finally got to this general position. I've been here, and now I got to resign and leave it right after I got it because I got to stick to principles. But like, at the end of the day, I got to stick to principles. I can't go along with something that's going to ruin the whole situation.
Well, I mean, there were people who used to do that. I mean, you remember the first term that this guy had when Mattis resigned and was like, this guy's like a clown, and he said that kind of stuff. Like people used to do that, but the thing is that this time around they got rid of everybody who would have done that, and they replaced them with people who will never do that. And they'll at the end of it all, if push comes to shove, they'll go, "Yes, sir. We'll go ahead and do that right away, sir." No matter if it's a bad idea or not, because they're making sure to get people who will follow along and play with the team more so than independently thinking, go, this is a bad idea. This is going to be an absolute disaster. I'm not even going to be a part of this. And if you're telling me I have to, I'm resigning. Like no one's doing that because all those people who had that kind of integrity, if you want to call it that, have been replaced.
Yeah, I would say so. It's disappointing.
Yeah, I would agree. But big thanks to you for support at Think Sono and help with this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $40 support from Ryan C. And thank you very much, Ryan, as well, for the $40 support. He said, where is Israel in helping?
Oh, they're kind of on the bench. Like, they're just kind of sitting it out right now. I'll be honest with you with how they were handling the first phase of the war. I'm kind of the opinion it might be better for them to just kind of sit it out and not be involved because if anything, they might start doing things that are harmful to our position. So a big thanks to your support and help this channel to keep running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $20 support from David Garrison. And thank you, David, as well. He said, great show, guys. And I love listening in on Sunday afternoons here in Tokyo.
In Tokyo? Tokyo, Japan? Why, that's one hell of a place to be, I've heard. Look at that. Crazy stuff over there in Japan. Look at it. Japan. A land of magic, some people say. I will say the pictures out of there are pretty cool.
Dystopian hellscape.
It's a techno dystopia. like
honestly, this kind of stuff that used to appeal to me, like this, like techno, like city environment and stuff like that. These days, I look at it, I'm like, like, no, I don't want this. I wouldn't want to live in it.
I think it'd be cool to see it.
It would be cool to see it for a minute, but then to leave it.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd ever be like a Tokyo kind of person, Tokyo is a big place, really hard to get out of the city. Well, unless if you take the train, you can get out pretty easy. But it's an interesting place though. I do want to see Tokyo one day. I want to travel to Japan and see Japan for myself because you hear a lot of things about countries and places, really, even in America. And nowadays I've learned that you really can't believe any of that. You kind of got to go there yourself and see it to know whether it's true or not. Because a lot of people said a whole lot of stuff bad about the UK and the two times we went there. I don't believe any of that was true. Like a lot of people would say, "Oh, Britain is fallen," and you go over there and it's like, "Oh, it's like it's fine." It's like
I there a long time ago.
Well, I mean, back then people were saying the same thing. It's a defeated country. It's over, and you go over there. And it's like
pretty chaotic. It's pretty chaotic these days. I'll even admit that myself. Back when they were saying it when we went, I was like, that's not that bad. I mean, it's gotten pretty chaotic today. I mean, Britain's in a bit of a situation today.
I think that might just be the optics of it, man. Like people say America's in a state, and it's like,
I don't know a single Brit that I've spoken to via email, Twitter, any messaging, even here in the chat that says it's going good. I haven't met one single person saying that.
But the thing is, Matthew, is that if you asked us right now, is America going good? We would say off of foreign policy, no. But does that mean that if we walk outside of our house, we're going to get shanked and like violated instantly? No. It's like there's a bit of a disconnect there. Like
I
as
don't
far as
know.
in what
Like,
people feel and what actually is happening, it's like there's a bit of a difference. Like that's what I'm not saying it's perfect and like sunshine, rainbows, and butterflies over there, but I'm also not saying it's a dystopian hell to the point that it's basically over.
yeah, it depends. I think the cities are where it's really rough. Like if you go out rural, though, I mean, it's like even in America, you can go out places rural in America, and you don't know what the hell is going on in the rest of the country. You're just in your own little bubble, like out there in the country and stuff like that, which is what a lot of people want these days. They want to get away from the chaos and the hell that's going on and stuff like that. Same for Britain. If you go out to like the Cornwall coast, I mean, you're not going to know what the hell is going on in London or somewhere like that. But if you're in the cities where the majority of the population's at, it's going to be obviously a huge sample of people that says it's going bad.
But I mean, really though, if you think about it, would anyone in any real major city and anywhere in the world say that it's going well? Because I can't really
No, I
think
mean,
of
the
any.
world's going through a bad spot. I mean, it's going through a bad spot, but some people have it worse than others.
Well, I can't really think of a single city where anyone would be like, "Oh yeah, it's like great." Like Salt Lake City is one of the few places in the world. I'll be honest with y'all, folks. When you ask people here in the city, "Do you like it here?" A lot of people are, "Oh, it's amazing. It's the greatest place on earth." Like one of the few places I ever seen that. But in most cities around the world, you're going to hear, "Oh, it's not great. It's terrible. It's over. It's lost." And I think that's really in any country because even in China, I mean, they have that kind of a thing going on. And in Japan and everywhere else, it's like in all of Europe and here and across the whole of the Americas. I mean, if you even go down into the Central American and South American countries, there's people down there that are like, all hope is lost, abandon hope if you come here, it's over. And I think that's just the feeling of people in the cities. But also that's just big cities, really. Like big cities are a tough place.
Yeah, I mean, they're always a little bit rougher. Urban decay and crime is always the thing in the city because you have a larger concentration of people there. But I mean, it's just like, it's just kind of rough. And also, I think another aspect to it as well, if more people can share their opinions about stuff, like for example, if people perceive stuff to be bad, and then with social media, it amplifies it because people can go on there and say, this is bad. And then other people are like, there's somebody else saying it's bad. It kind of like affirms that belief that they already had. It makes it seem amplified and worse. But that's not to say it's not actually bad, though, because I've heard some legit complaints and seen some pretty rough stuff happening, not just in Britain, but here in America, too, as a whole. It's just a rough time in the world. See, it's going through one of those, like, down periods in the world where it's not going too great, like, economically or geopolitically, like for wars and things like that. It comes around every once in a while. I think we just pulled an unlucky card.
I don't know. Like I feel like it's just like social media amplifies the negativity. Because I mean and I think I've actually done this before. Like, it's like, oh, like America's a violent place these days, but the murder rate per capita is far lower than it ever was 50 years ago by like 500, 600%. Like, well, not 500, 600% decrease, but like an 80% decrease. To put it
I don't think
that
they
way.
measure the murder rate anymore.
They do, actually.
Federally?
Yeah, federally. I mean, like that's measured still across the country, and like the murder rate per capita, the murder rate per capita 20 years ago was far lower than it was in the 70s. Yet, if you ask people, they'll say, "Oh, it's a dangerous place, more dangerous than it's ever been." More people were dying in the 70s by far than any point in this century. Or the 80s for that matter. The 80s were an extremely violent time back in the day, man, there were so many terrorist attacks going on in the United States, so many bombings and shootings and whatnot. They renamed them to political disturbances to make them more low key, and they also tried to put a little bit of pressure on the press to not report quote unquote political disturbances because it's just not worth the public's time. Like if you go back and ask NYPD cops, I've watched this on YouTube, like cops from the NYPD in the 70s, the 90s, and the modern day. The ones from the 70s were like, yeah, I mean, there was like a bombing in New York City every day. Like a couple of people would get killed by a bomb going off here, and you would never hear about it in the news because they just call it a political disturbance and just not cover it or talk about it because it happened so much. Nowadays, if something like that happened, that's making national news. And that's just to show the difference. Back in the 1890s, there were slums in New York City, like just to speak of New York, and murder and crime and all sorts of things. I mean, anything that you can imagine that is grossly criminal was going on every day in the slums of New York City, and even some of the middling parts. I mean, it was rough times like nationwide back then. I just feel like these days though, I think it might be social media to a degree that makes anything bad happening seem like it's just all encompassing, like it's world ending. Like you and I both know, like there are things that are going on that aren't great here in Salt Lake City, but by and by when you get out, it's a nice time. I mean, it's not like you're going to get accosted or attacked by a homeless guy or, someone's
Oh
going to
yeah.
rob you for your shoes. I mean, it's a pretty nice place, but there's still stuff going on under the surface.
Yeah, but that's an outlier. That's why we moved here. Like we're like that's why we liked it and we moved here because of that reason. I mean, that's why if you look most other places, we didn't want to move most other places. We are like, I don't want to move there. Crime's bad. It's like chaos and stuff like that. That's what we were trying to leave out of Birmingham too. We were trying to get away from that. Because if you go downtown, it was like, a murder central. If you went downtown, people getting shot all over the place. So yeah, I mean, that's why we chose out here.
Well, yeah, but I'm still getting the point across, like it's like as far as here, like it is nice and it's nicer than most places. But if you wanted to, you could say that Salt Lake City is a rough place. There was a shooting in like near to downtown at that funeral a while ago. There's the whole police thing going on, in that other place around here, with alleged corruption and whatnot. And then there's other things going on at the state government level, and there's also the homeless deal in downtown. It's like you could take anything and focalize it and just be like it's lost. Like I could go downtown behind that Rio Grande station, man, film a TikTok and like film that open air drug market behind that railway station and say Salt Lake City is overrun with these people. You can't escape it. There's needles on every sidewalk. HIV, all that stuff. It can happen to you at any moment. And I could turn that into a thing. And it would probably go viral on social media and a whole bunch of people would just start snowballing and going, Salt Lake City truly has fallen. It's over. All hope is lost. There's nothing good there anymore. And that could easily begin. It's like I think that's a part of it is like the social media aspect of it and also the snowballing effect of negativity selling and people hopping onto it because it's viral.
I just don't see anybody saying about Salt Lake City because it doesn't really have that problem, and people don't really say that even on social media. Well, I mean, they could go do that, but I don't really see anybody really doing it for the most part. But yeah, I mean, if your biggest problems in the state is, the lake drying up, which is a big problem, but at least it's not like, people going around hurting and killing people and stuff like that. It's not like a problem quite like that bad, but and your biggest problem is somebody had a Lego beef or something. It's like, that's a lot more minor than the whole city's like socially collapsing because there's crime running rampant.
But really, really quickly though, let me go pull this up. Murders per year U.S. because I want to show some of the statistics here. To back this up because statistics don't lie, folks. Statistics never lie. And so I'm trying to find the CDC has a report on homicide. I'm trying to see if I can find one that shows it over decades. Let's see here. Maybe I can find just. Okay, so here we go. So this is the murder rate per 100,000 people in the United States every year, and this is the total number.
Oh, whoa! It's going up a lot.
That was during COVID.
What? Well, I mean, people got stabby during COVID. What the hell?
Apparently, like because
Okay,
here's one that shows it in 2025. Like it had dropped back down. I don't know what happened in COVID. I mean, people went like, well, it was the domestic violence and whatnot. Actually, if I'm being honest, it was like a lot of people like killing their spouses and whatnot. But
jeez.
Yeah, sadly, that was a very common thing. Like a lot of the open crime, like burglary and carjacking and whatnot, all that dropped down to basically zero during COVID. But domestic homicides and violence and whatnot skyrocketed during that time because people were stuck with each other at home, and a lot of people found out they hated each other. But outside of that, though, if we look at the statistic here, because I saw someone say, "Enforcer, you're wrong. Everything's rising." A million bands said that. Well, that's not really the case because if we look at the statistics of all of the information that's been gathered over the centuries or the century here in this country, we can see that U.S. homicides have dropped massively down to levels that we saw during the 1950s and 60s, which were generally some of the least homicidal years in the U.S.'s recent history in the last century. But before that, in the early 1900s, homicide rates were nearly 10 per 100,000 most years, and during the 1970s, 80s, and 90s, which a lot of people, especially here on this channel, reminisce back as the the good times. It wasn't as violent back then. The murder rate back then was greater than 2.5 times, almost a 250% increase from what it was today in this current year. Yeah, people feel like it's more deadly and more dangerous to live in 2025 and 2026 than it was to live in the 70s and the 80s. And I have a feeling that has a lot to do with what social media portrays. And social media says it's more dangerous now, so a lot of people feel like it's more dangerous now. And that even is reflected in car fatalities. Like, we have to remember, also I need to show this, folks, to show this, like, the per capita side of things. Actually, no. Actually, they have it right here. I don't even have to show that. So car fatalities were the highest in the 1960s, the 1970s, and the 1980s, and have generally seen a decrease on into the 90s and from then on. Meaning that these days, just the raw numbers of people dying per year, you're safer on the roads now than you were 50 years ago. And also, this blue line here actually tracks it per 100,000 people. And when we look in the 1970s, the average car fatality rate was nearly 27 people per 100,000. You had a 3 times higher chance of dying in a car crash back then than being murdered. And during that time, all of these numbers for fatalities were higher than they have ever been. In the present day, in 2024, which was the last year that's been reported here, the death rate was 12.6 per 100,000 people, meaning that it is generally about 200-300% safer to drive on the roadways in the present day than it was 50 years ago. But if you ask a whole bunch of people, I mean, everybody will say this, the 1970s were just so much better. There were less murders. People felt confident to go out in the streets. They left their houses unlocked. I mean, by all the statistics, I mean, that was absolutely ridiculous to do that back then. It was so dangerous back then in every way. You could die in a car crash a lot easier. You could die from a homicide far easier. You could get robbed a lot easier. I mean, the crime rates and everything were far higher back then than they are today. And yet people feel like it's more dangerous today. And I feel like that's mostly social media influence of, like, constantly bombarding people with it's dangerous.
But the murder rate's not the only thing that's gone, like, that's not the only thing people are talking about is, like, crime in the country. I mean, even if you put crime aside, there's still 1,000 other problems you could point to.
Well, what's one of them that we could pull up a statistic on that people would say maybe that one is different than
Well,
these?
the cost of living, for example, like your purchasing power now, working a normal job is like a fraction of what it used to be just like 40, 50 years ago.
Well, I would agree with that for sure, but I think that's kind of moving the discussion because the discussion started with Britain is a dangerous place and it's truly fallen. And I was like, well, people say that about America too, and it definitely isn't the case here. It's generally safer now here than it was ever, but people will still tell you if you go out in the streets, it's a dangerous place here in this country, and that's where conversations start. Economically, I'll definitely agree with that, but as far as the crime side of things, like this, or like the danger of being in the outside world these days, it's far safer now than it ever was. And I don't know if the British statistics would back that up, but I know that American statistics do.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like you're right on the statistics. It's kind of hard to argue with statistics. I'm sure there's some people out there that would still argue with that, but I mean, I generally take statistics for what it is. Now, we have to assume they're accurately recording the homicides. We have to assume that they're doing that, by the way, because there's job reports that come out too that turn out not to be so accurate, and then they have to revise the hell out of it. So we're assuming that they're accurately recording everything. That's a huge assumption to make these days. But if you believe the statistics and you take it at face value, it looks like it has improved, at least on the homicide side of things.
Also on car fatalities, because I had to pull up this statistic because a million bands was saying, Enforcer, you're wrong. And also I would say like a million bands, I'm not trying to like get on you here. I'm just saying like, it's not as bad as people make it out to be. It's more so a perception thing than it is an actual fact. But these days it's generally, like, I gotta say, folks, it's generally a lot safer these days than it ever was. And if you didn't believe me, I mean, you can go and look back at clips and footage that was made of some places that people talk about nowadays. Like, I know Matthew and me said when we went to Hollywood, Hollywood's like a slum. And I'll be honest with you, I'm not backing off of that. It is a slum. But if you look at the footage that people made of it back in the 70s and the 80s, man, have you ever seen that?
I think I have, yeah.
Oh, bro, it was terrible. Like, it made modern Hollywood look like it was tame. Like, it was terrible back then. And that's like, but if you ask people, like back in the day, oh, how was Hollywood? Oh, it was great. It was way better than it is now. And it's a perception, like it's a nostalgia thing, it's a perception thing, and it's also, I would say, heavily social media just bombarding people every day with messages of the world is over, it's doomed, we're in the end, like it's the end basically. People are killing each other all over, people are dying in car crashes all over, and none of the statistics back any of that up at all. It's just more so the pandemonium and the public belief and just faith that it is worse when it's really not.
Yeah, maybe so. I'm going to do a little research on the side, but in the meantime, though, we should probably move on to our next super chat. We're starting to get long in the tooth here.
Yes, I would agree. But I hope everyone enjoyed that rabbit hole. That's my take. Back to effects. Like back to them stats. But with that, we're on the next one.
So, real quick, I'll try to type something, sorry. Our next one here goes to Blind Man, who puts in a 20. And thank you, Blind Man, for that $20 support as well. He said, hello, enforcers. The Russian battle cruiser Admiral Nakimov out of Severomorsk port has finished sea trials, bringing in 3 M22 Zircon hypersonic missiles, 80 VLS, and 96 surface-to-air missile launchers, upgraded sensors, etc.
You know, it's so cool how that modern Russian super ship is finally ready to run. I wonder what it looked like in 2014.
Even the port looks like shit.
Like that thing was busted. This thing is a Soviet era Kirov class battle cruiser that was launched in 1986, just in time for the collapse of the Soviet Union. And so they finally refitted it and they started to get it back out to sea. But I would be honest with you, this thing's probably in about as good a shape as the Moskva was when it went down. Probably most of the weapon systems on it are not running or operational, and it only is able to fulfill its minimum duties, and anything beyond that, it's broken or irreparable at this point, also due to the Russian budgetary concerns. But a big thanks to your support and helping this channel to keep on running and making this thing possible. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Okay, so real quick, I don't want to rabbit hole too much on this, but you remember I asked you a minute ago, I said, are all the states still reporting the homicide? You remember that?
Yeah.
So I looked it up, and it turns out that there's some truth to what I was actually asking right there. So technically, no state has withdrawn from the Universal Crime Reporting Program, which is the federal program that tracks homicides nationwide. But here's the problem, though. Reporting is completely voluntary, and it's agency by agency that reports to the FBI about homicide statistics. The most populous states, California, Texas, Florida, New York, and Pennsylvania, only have a combined participation rate of 48% of reporting to the FBI. So that's a huge gap in reporting right there. About 52% of the agencies aren't even reporting their homicide statistics to the FBI in the modern day. I don't know what the numbers was back in the day. I can look that up too and see what it was back during the time you were just referencing. What was the time you were referencing?
The 70s and the 80s. Go with the 70s, though. The 70s was the highest on average. Sorry, folks, for the silence here. I'm waiting for I'm on pins and needles to see if it was the same back then or if it was higher, because then that might show the statistics are skewed and there's a margin of error involved.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull it up right now. Also, filibuster for a second. It's really hard to look through all the stats and try to talk at the same time.
So while we filibuster, folks, we'll hopefully be getting an answer. Because based off of this answer that's coming up, we may be seeing one of two things. Either all of these law enforcement agencies have been underreporting for a long time, meaning that the statistics are generally accurate. It's just they're going to be lower than they probably are. Or we're probably going to see that there was a lower amount of reporting or a higher amount of reporting. If there was a higher amount of reporting, then that means that the statistics are skewed to where the modern day looks a lot lower when it probably isn't. And if the number of agencies that were reporting back then were far lower, that may be showing that the homicide rate was actually far greater than what we were even hearing back then from the statistics, showing that back then 50 years ago probably would have been far more dangerous, even more so than the statistics are showing. So hopefully we'll be seeing some interesting information here that will shed light on how we've been looking at these statistics and what they are doing. And so hopefully Matthew's been able to find this information here. And Matthew, what do we got here?
I'm still actually looking right now, actually.
And so he's still actually looking. That filibustering will require a little bit of extra time. And a lot of people are talking about all kinds of stuff in the chat. I see someone saying, the highest murder rate was about 1993. And a big thanks to you for sharing that, Diane Marion. And someone said, depends on where you are in LA. Oh, that matters a lot in LA. Like, LA can be very dangerous in one part and not in another. Like, very, very big difference in LA from what I could tell. And let's see. Some people are saying, and property prices are just insane. Now, I will say though, like as far as like the crime side of things, I'm generally of the belief that it's far safer today than it ever was back then. But as far as it goes economically, it is way more expensive for people to try and live these days than it was back then, by far. I'm definitely not in contention of that. That is one thing that's definitely gotten a lot worse in this country, and statistics actually do prove that and confirm that. That's why I'm of that belief in that regard. But statistically, in the other category for crime, that's also why I say it's safer today than it ever was back then, is because the statistics show that there's been a decrease in fatalities of almost all regards and types, rather than natural causes. And in the other hand, economically, it's showing a massive increase.
So here's the truthful answer. If I'm being truthful here, there's no way to know how many people participated back in the 70s. The FBI didn't keep track of participation rates back in the 70s. So all they would simply do is take in everything they received from every state, and they would compile the national statistics. Well, they didn't track participation. They only started doing that in the modern day. They tracked what percentage of each agency is actually participating out of the whole. They started doing that in the modern day. So there is no comparable way to know how many people were participating back then, as they didn't keep track of it.
So let's see here.
The data could be all skewed, like depending on how many people were participating. So basically, it makes the numbers nearly impossible to compare with the 70s versus today, and whether or not it got worse, bad, or otherwise. There's just not enough data in the 70s to know.
Well, I would actually well then based off of that, when did they start taking the participation rate figures? Like what year did that start?
I would have to do more research to go find that.
Because it looks like I found one here, as far as this graph can be concerned. It's the NIBRS, correct?
Yeah, that's the National Reporter.
So it looks like the reporting year started, at least according to this graph, in 2011. And back then, only 30% of agencies were reporting nationwide. Now the number is up to around 70% in the year of 2022. I don't know what it would be now 4 years later, but back then it was around 70%. So if we're going off of that, taking the assumption that this number's only been increasing year over year and more agencies are getting involved in providing statistics to the FBI, then we could take a reasonable inference that in the 70s, the number was probably closer to 30% or maybe even lower than that, meaning that the homicide rate from back then probably was far higher than what the numbers are even reporting, because most of the nation wasn't even giving any data, compared to nowadays.
That's a big assumption. That's a big assumption, though. There's just no way to know. I mean, that's the only answer you can really say with this, because if they're tracking participation today, and the most populous states are only 48% participating in the National Crime Report for homicides, when we don't know what that participation number was back during the 70s, then we don't have enough data to make any assumption off of that. All we can say is we don't know. That's all we can really say out of that.
But the thing is, though, like at least as I'm seeing it, not to rabbit hole in this too long, folks, because we do have a lot more questions to go. But the way I'm seeing it, though, is if there are far more agencies reporting these days, and even with more agencies reporting, the homicide rates going down. Yet back then, no matter the number, which I'd assume that if there was a whole exodus of people no longer reporting to the FBI, that would show up somewhere. Like there would be news somewhere around where someone would have kept track of that. I'm assuming that there's only been a growing number of agencies involved year over year. So going off of that, that means that the 70s probably was a lot more dangerous than it's even suggesting in the homicide rate, because with far more agencies reporting these days, we're still seeing the homicide rate year over year is dropping slowly and gradually, yet back then it was incredibly high, probably with a small number of agencies reporting. So,
my hunch is this. My hunch is that not the agencies that probably have the highest homicide rates are probably not reporting to the FBI. That's my assumption, because it looks bad. And that's the simple reason for it. They probably don't report it because it looks bad. The most populous states are the lowest reporters to the FBI. Like, for example, they're saying here, let me go pull it back up here to see what states they were talking about. They were saying, let's see here. Hold on, dang, where'd it go? It's so hard to keep track of all this one. Okay, so they're saying the 5 most populous states, California, Texas, Florida, New York, and Pennsylvania, only have a combined participation rate of 48%, which is 30 points below the national rate. And the most populous states, just by basic common sense, likely have the most high homicide rates, which I think they do if you go look at it, which they're the ones lowest reporting on it. So to me, what that tells me is there's a concerted effort to try to cover up how many homicides are actually taking place in the country. That's what I would take out of it personally. I know it's a more pessimistic conclusion to make, but I mean, it seems like, I mean, for example, if you take the jobs report, for example, they have to revise the hell out of the jobs report almost every single time it comes out these days because they overinflate how many jobs are being created. Then when they revise it, it actually turns out it's horrific once they revise it. And people actually say, wait a minute, that doesn't look right. Let's revise that job report. So, you know, it seems like a skew toward trying to make things look better than they truly are in the modern day.
Well, if we were going off of that, and I don't mean to keep, let's see, per year. Let me make sure to put that in. Homicides rate per year. Let me go get the same graph. Let's see here. We'll go with the New York Times one that stopped in the 2020s. So still though, if we were taking that at face value, that probably only started happening recently if we were to assume that, because I think it was a couple of years ago that it was announced that like New York City and others were going to stop reporting to the FBI. Even still, there was a drastic drop and a almost gradual drop still before that, even in the 2010s and the 2000s. So even still, it's showing that those times were far safer than the 70s and the 80s and stuff, and yet people still look on that nostalgically. So you know, I think really kind of like,
But why? But why did they look on nostalgically though? I mean, let's just say, for example, the homicide rate was higher back then. Why do people still look on it nostalgically? It's not necessarily because the homicides were slightly higher or more higher than the modern day, if you take that as fact. It's because there was more of a community aspect back then. There was a lot of other factors. Like, for example, you could work if they were,
OBS.
say what?
OBS just disconnected. 1 second. OBS just disconnected. Huh? What? OBS just disconnected.
They're turning off the cameras. They don't want you to hear this. It's something they don't want you to hear. They said, sir, stop talking about those days.
We're back, by the way. You can keep going.
So yeah, I was basically saying there's a lot of aspects of running just the homicide rate. I mean, looking at just the homicide rate and saying it was actually worse back then than today is like looking at like one of 1,000 different, you know, variables and saying that's determinative of how it was.
Well, no. Like what I'm saying though, like my argument is for trying to take like the totality of everything and then just take the murder rate and be like, oh, everything was fine. Like people say, oh, back then. Like, and the whole argument comes back to the very beginning of it. Britain's fallen. It's so unsafe. People are, like, dying in the streets everywhere and getting, like, pillaged and whatnot. Like, you know, the conversation started with me saying, well, I mean, you know, I think that might be a bit of public perception. Like, I'm sure it's not as good as it was a couple of years ago. And it's probably gotten worse, but it's probably not gotten to even what it was in, like, the 70s and whatnot. And so the whole conversation so far has been about the danger that exists in walking outside. Do you have a higher chance of dropping dead for some reason when you walk outside of your house now than you did back then? And that's all I'm measuring. Like, not like the economy, the community, or anything like that. Just how high of a chance do you have to die if you go outside and do anything? And back then it was far higher. That's all I'm trying to get at. Like, you know, like when you hear people talk about back then, like the 70s and whatnot, oh, back then you could trust the neighbors. Like, you know, you just knew everyone. It was so safe back then. You could leave your doors unlocked and wander off and no one would bust in your house. I mean, I haven't had anyone try and bust in my house and I keep my door locked. You know, it's like, I feel like, you know, if you just lived in a world.
Oh, you're not living in the hood.
Well, I mean, you know, like people back in the Bronx back then when they left their doors unlocked. But you know, like a lot of people say that though about their life back then. Oh, it's a safe place. Like it was so safe and not as dangerous as these days. And statistically, it's far less dangerous now than it was back then. No matter how we split the hair.
Yeah, but back in the day, though, you might leave your house, and we're still assuming that the numbers are accurate about the homicides. It was actually higher back then than today, which is still a pretty big assumption to make. We don't know if it's being reported accurately or how it's being reported or anything. But you know, assuming it was like more dangerous to go outside, at least you had a community to come back to. Like everybody generally had much more of a community mentality and attitude and stuff like that. So people were connected and people were generally more, you know, in tune with each other. Today, I mean, it's largely isolated. Like once you leave, you know, high school, college, etc. I mean, unless you have pre-existing friends from that, then you're largely in isolation. There's nowhere to hardly meet anybody anymore because everybody's online. They're in their houses. They're isolated. And it's the way it's designed. I mean, you go to work in a car, you're isolated. You go to your cubicle, you're isolated. You come back home, you're isolated. Unless you like intentionally like go out to go find people, you're not finding people these days because everybody's isolated and they're chronically online, as those boomers like to call it.
Well, yeah, but that's like measuring a totally different thing. Like that's like I'm just measuring
my point is though, you're saying it's better back then or not. I mean, there's so many different variables that you could use to determine whether or not something was better or not. I mean, also depending on who you were. I mean, you might have a different opinion on whether or not it was better. I mean, back then there was a lot of discrimination going on. So if you're of a certain ethnicity, you might say, well, that was obviously hell back then, but today it's better because it's, there's so many different variables to it.
Well, I mean, I don't really know if you could say back then there was a real sense of community either. You might hang out at a social or something or a bar, but beyond that, it's like what kind of community was there really back then? I mean, you can look back then and there were people burning flags in the street, burning draft cards, people getting
They're still
shot
doing
at
it today.
universities in protests. Yeah, I mean, it's all the same stuff. It's like, it's like what's really different? I mean, like outside of social
You're
media.
isolated.
Well, well, yeah, but I
The
mean,
death of
people.
community.
Well, I mean, but big cities never really have community, though. I mean,
I'm sure they do.
New York City had community.
Yeah, I mean,
Hell
there's
no. No.
you can't tell me today that with social media being so pervasive throughout everything and people being literally addicted to it like full time. That's what's turning people more and more narcissistic is because you start focusing too much on yourself than, focusing on others, which is your community. Then that's naturally going to have an antisocial effect on society. It is. And I mean, people see that like universally everywhere. They see it all over the place. I mean, it's even happening in places like, for example, I mentioned the country. I mean, it even starts happening places there because the internet's there, so social media's there too. It starts homogenizing everything and it starts destroying communities all over the place, and it has.
I feel like I'm going to have to actually do some historical digging, and find some examples of this, like what I'm saying, because I got to be honest, like I feel like many people, possibly including you, look back at the olden days as like the good old days from a historical lens, and sadly don't have the firsthand accounts and sources of people living in that time speaking of it right now. But according to most of those people in my history, like studies in college, most of them were like, it sucks now. It's the end of the times. It's over. Like, for A, B, and C reasons. And everyone always had that opinion when they were living during that era. And then, like, 40 years later, they look back on it and go, oh, it was a great time. Wonderful time. Way better than today. And, like, everyone does the same thing over and over and over, every generation. And everyone keeps saying it's just getting worse. And then they look back on that same time 20 years from now and they go, oh, it was a great time. Far better than now. Like, that was the good old days, the great times. And it just keeps going.
I would say if you had to name one single variable that has the biggest effect on it, it is the isolation aspect. That's the biggest one. When communities die up and people lose a common interest and a common goal, I mean, that's when nations die. That's when that happens. And social media has accelerated that dramatically. And not to mention, after, for example, 2001, the country became a lot less personable because security got ramped up. The Patriot Act went into effect. People they became subjects at that point, more so than just free citizens since that point forward. It became very different, and it's the modern society we find ourselves in today. I think that's probably the most contributory aspect of people saying that today is not as good as it used to be.
But also, I saw someone add a point in the chat. Bomrek said, "If you didn't live it, numbers and charts are not going to describe it." But the thing is, though, it's like today, in the here and the now, today, if y'all shut off social media and you didn't have people bombarding you on Facebook and TikTok, like getting back to the whole thing in Britain that Britain has fallen, people are being pillaged and looted by the Cumans and the Mongol barbarians and whatnot. If you walked outside of your house today and you didn't know any of that and you didn't look at social media, would you feel like the world's coming to an end? And I have a feeling that most people wouldn't. Like, that's what I'm thinking. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 20 from Blind Man once again. And Blind Man said, also the bolstering recognition, resurgence, retention, and remembrance of the Thunderbolt Bird Act has been proposed at the FY27 meeting and hoping to extend the service contract to 3 A-10 squadrons, 54 planes until 2033, LLT LSA.
They always make an A-10 live longer. That thing was supposed to be retired, I think, around the Gulf War, and they pushed it on about another 40-something years. It's crazy. The A-10 is a propaganda machine, a great system there. But a big thanks to your support and help this channel to keep running. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next super chat goes to Mr. Lunchtime, who puts in a 20. And thank you, Mr. Lunchtime, as well. I said, Glenn Tente, here's some lunch money while the CIA check arrives in the mail, which it never will, because we didn't work for him. But he said, please take a question from the chat and stay toasty, my friends.
And a big thanks to your support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I gotta say, thank you for the support. And we will make sure to take one from the chat. So what do we got, Matthew?
And the one from the chat is going to go to none other than Josh from Jersey, who said, do we know if drones exist that can work in tandem like a swarm? And with AI, it seems like the next step.
Yes, Ukraine actually has drone swarm technology, and we have seen them use it in limited forms, but we believe that it's still generally in its testing phase, but will be rolled out into the battlefield probably within this next year. So a big thanks to you for your support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, by the way, take the next couple of super chats and read them yourself real quick, because I'm trying to type up a poll real quick and I can't get enough time to actually type the poll. So
Man,
if you
said,
could take
read them yourself. Like, I got it. It's all good. But Suros 3 threw in a 20 and said, okay, thinking outside the box, we airdrop. Let's see. Let's see. As far as the war is going, I don't know another vet that isn't pissed off at losses. I would agree, Sir Bros. It's very annoying to see. Well, not annoying. It's very frustrating and angering to see, because whenever I see the deaths of service members, I look at it from the perspective of a nation. And it's like, what are they dying for if we're not doing anything? You know, it's like we went to war with Iran for 2 weeks. 4 more U.S. soldiers were killed for us to achieve nothing and to go right back into negotiations. What for? We could have just completely avoided the death of those 4 service members, and just stayed in negotiations. It pisses me off a great deal. It's basically treating American lives like they're worthless. Like we can just lose a couple of people because of our own negligence, and then just pretend like that didn't even matter. Like I remember back when the whole Bagram thing happened in the withdrawal in Afghanistan, and a good number of Marines at the perimeter were killed in the bombing that happened by the Taliban there, and everyone went, remember their names, say their names. There's been 20 or so U.S. service members, I believe 22 if we're being exact, that have died so far in the first and second phase of the war. I don't see that going on, and I don't see anyone in the administration currently remembering their names or even acting like their sacrifice matters. It's very annoying, very aggravating. But a big thanks to you for your support and help this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one, which is a 20 from Loretta Flippo, who said, I lost one son already in 2012 in Pakistan, Special Forces. I have 2 in this war. Very sorry to hear about that. And will you please give U.S. services some praise, support our troops? Yes, like we always support the troops. I have many friends that are in the services right now, in almost every branch. I think the only one that's missing is the Navy. But I have many friends that are in the services, and I always talk to them, and I always try and give them inspiring words and tell them that this nation is worth fighting for and worth supporting, because a nation is more than its elected representatives. It is a machine of people, hundreds of millions of people, a faceless crowd that's worth supporting and worth charging on for. And I always support our service members and the ranks. But one thing I will say, though, is that because I support them and I want the best for them, and I know a lot of them myself, I always want to make sure that whenever criticism should be lobbed at those who command them, to make them do better, I'm more than a fan of lobbing that criticism for their own well-being. Because I'd rather throw out some criticism and say what these people are doing is wrong and they could get these great folks hurt or killed because of their stupidity. I would rather say that than say these people are fantastic leaders and then have a whole bunch of my friends end up getting killed because of their incompetence, because I lied about it, and much like any other citizen, neglected my duty to bring that up or bring up my concerns or protests about it. But a big thanks to you for support and help this channel to keep it running, Loretta. And with that, we are on and into the next one.
And our next one goes to Game Theory, who put in a 20. And thank you, Game Theory, for that $20 support. They said, I don't believe the government statistics anymore. And they said LA is proof. Homeless is horrible. But they're saying that they're winning the war on homeless. It just depends. They call it the war on homeless? Is that what they call it?
That we're winning the war against homeless.
That's
like, damn.
I don't know if they actually call it that or not, but that's a bad way to phrase it if that's what they're calling it.
It's probably, they probably call it the war on homelessness, probably.
It
like
could
the
be,
term.
maybe. So war on homeless just sounds pretty sadistic.
But I would say the thing about that is though is that politicians lie out of their teeth. Like sadly that's kind of the fact of it. And then a lot of people will say something like, well, the president says the economy's doing good, but it's not, so therefore everything's a lie. But that's a politician though. Like usually statistics won't back up a politician. That's usually why folks like us out here are like, the president says the economy's doing great, but gas is more expensive than it's ever been. So he's just saying something that's not true at all. And so that's kind of the thing with that, is that a politician's going to lie out of their teeth. I mean, a politician will sit there and say that he's taking care of you while he's putting a knife in your back. Like, that's just how politicians are. That's why I never count on a politician to tell me anything. Like, if I hear a politician say something's going great, I usually assume it's not, and I go and look at statistics to see if it even is. And if it is, I'm shocked. And if it isn't, then I'm not shocked at all. I expected that generally. So I thank you greatly for the support, game theory. But as far as that goes, I bet there's probably some statistics in LA that show that the homeless situation is probably still pretty bad. But a big thanks to you for support and help this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $13 support from Joe Hobo, and he said if Ukraine would drone drop some mags near the North Korean soldiers, they'd probably fight to the death over them, cheaper than other stuff. Just saying.
Honestly, I don't think you're wrong. Like, I think that might kind of work. But a big thanks to your support, and we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Ian Mitson, and thank you, Ian, for that 10. He said, poor Enforcer Matt, lock him inside for too long. He's going to go lose it like a zoo panda, LOL. Sorry, I had a beer. LTLSA, best bros on YouTube.
And thank you
I
so
really
much.
I really do have to get outside, really. Like, it's too hot to get outside right now. It's like 100 degrees out there every single day, so I am basically locked inside. I literally spent today reorganizing my file cabinet, which is a horrible way to spend a day, by the way. But Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta say a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running, Ian. And I'd have to say, generally, I don't have that problem. I kind of just do my thing, whether I'm outside or not, and I have a good time regardless. I don't require outside time. I'm kind of like one of those indoor plants. You just leave them inside, and they'll kind of be okay. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And thank you so much for the kind words, and I hope that beer was good. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from AANP59. He said, in the movie How to Train Your Dragon 2, the chief taught his son that some men cannot be reasoned with. The son, Hiccup, tried to diplomacy with the villain, and it cost the chief's life.
Sometimes that's the case. Sometimes you can negotiate with people, and sometimes you can't. And that takes really having a good judgment of character of other people. And I would say that I feel like my judgment of character has become a lot better since starting YouTube, but that's something that has to be learned with experience. Sadly, it appears that one particular person in the US government has absolutely no experience at actually reading people well, good or not. So with that, a big thanks to your support, and we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Con45. He said PAC-3 Patriot missiles cost around $4 million each, Con says, and about $1 billion a battery, and it's insane. And once Ukraine has the chip technology the Patriots use, Ukraine will mass produce much cheaper systems.
They probably will, but that also has a lot to do with building and, well, more so manufacturing in bulk, or economy of scale, as it's called. Economy of scale makes everything cheaper. And so if you have a company produce 1 million missiles, you can get each missile a lot cheaper than building only 100 of them. That's how the automobile industry works as well. That's really how every industrialized assembly line works. The more you produce of something, the cheaper you can make it overall, because a lot of the upfront costs can kind of be spread out amongst the multiple units that you produce. So I hope that does address that the best I can, and a big thanks to you for support. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have another 10 from Khan. He said, federal biting the hand that feeds him is getting damned annoying.
Exactly. That's what we've been saying. Like, that's what a lot of people are starting to come our way on thinking that, and I'm very happy to see it, because this kind of deal that he's doing is not good at all for Ukraine or anyone. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping the channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Destiny Price, who said, what are rods from God? And if they're real, would they bust through Iran's Pickaxe Mountain?
Rod from God is a concept for a tungsten alloy rod dropped from orbit in space on a specific trajectory to hit targets on the ground. And the theory is that the kinetic force alone would be similar to a nuclear weapon, but without the negative side effects of some nuclear weapons, like, say, Fallout. They don't exist, and they're not actually fielded. It's just a weapons theory that's existed for a couple of decades, but they would be able to bust through Pickaxe Mountain, generally. We at least assume. And so big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Blind Man. Once again, he said, I love the graffiti work and work on many different model sets, including the Niflez Jeep Willie, saving up to a new set. And should I go for a V8 engine, a big boy, a Pear Marquette, or an old iron size?
Oh, old Ironsides would be so cool. If you're talking about the USS Constitution, you need to make that kit. That would be such a neat kit. I mean, like, here's a kit of one right here. Those things are, I love the sailing ship kits or like models or displays. Those are always neat. And if you had an option of doing that, I would definitely pick it. And so a big thanks to you for support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $10 support from Game Theory, who said, as war costs push inflation higher, is America sliding towards socialism? And does that undercut our credibility with allies and adversaries alike? That might be a slight. I'm not sure if we can answer that
I think
one
that's
without
a
getting into
domestically
politics.
political one, yeah. Sadly,
Yeah, sadly not. The question itself, it doesn't necessarily get political, but I think the answer that we'd have to give might end up getting political.
Yeah, sadly, it probably would. So, sadly, Game Theory, I'll have to declare ignorance on that one because the answer would probably get political. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Keith Sires. He said, thank you for the answer yesterday, but they have a right to repair for farmers with one of these companies. And what's the difference, and what do you think in LT LSA? And also, be careful about saying stuff you don't know for a fact, by the way.
Man, bro, this would give me that warning that you get in the movies. Be careful about saying things that you're not sure of. They could cost
Yeah.
you.
I think this might get into litigation territory. This right to repair things resulted in a lot of litigation.
Yeah, I would have to say, generally, I support, I support the farmers, just to put it that way. I support the farmers more so than the others. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, long live the Lee Spring Army. And we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Game Theory, who said, I think I double did this one right here, Game Theory, but thank you once again for that $10 support. Once more, I think I accidentally duplicated it. But this one, I'm starting to stammer like a fool right now, but this one goes to Keith Sires, who puts in a 10, who said, could Ukraine produce Patriot missiles in Japan in a factory that Ukraine built? And what are your thoughts? And long live the Lee Spring Army from England.
And a big hello to the UK. A big hello there. And also, to answer your question, yes, they could. They actually have been looking at Mitsubishi possibly producing some of their Patriots, but I think Ukraine's looking at having Mitsubishi open a factory in Ukraine to produce them there. I think that's what they were kind of looking for. At least from what I know, but allegedly. And so a big thanks to your support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, Diane Merriam said, Matt, did you spend more time in law school than Andrew? We both spent the same time in law school, but I actually worked at in a legit law office for almost half a year, a little bit longer than that, as an intern, and also went to court, went into actual proceedings, drafted motions. I have more practical legal experience in that whole thing, and also I got to the one thing that affects us a lot and could affect us is defamation if we say anything that isn't true on the air, which is a big deal when you're broadcasting. And that was the one group of cases I actually spent the most time on when I was working at the law firm. For the most part, defamation cases were a specialty, actually. So that's why I know about it.
Oh, that's kind of. You know, but it's kind of interesting, don't you think?
Yes, I mean, I was actually on the other end of the defamation cases, the prosecuting end of it, actually, the one that was the plaintiff, actually.
It's rather interesting, that is, isn't it?
I mean, I guess so.
Oh man, Mandy knows what I mean by that. But anyway, so that we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Keith Sires once again, and thank you, Keith Sires, for that support. I just read it off a second time, but we do appreciate you once more. We also have a 10 from Cerberus3, who said, I watched the Threads movie you recommended, pretty good, and for you and Chad, a pretty good book is Earth Abides, and there's also a 6-episode show that was good with the actor that played Jorn in Vikings.
Bjorn. That's Bjorn. Bjorn. No. Like, it's that Bjorn dude. Look at hey, yo, what's up, Bjorn? Man, wait, hang on, man. Let me. Anyways, beyond that,
Ukraine should just give them the territory. Legalize comedy.
When the communist Chinese try and stomp on their throats, we should ought to say, harder, daddy. But anyways, beyond that, man, that was probably a little too accurate. But beyond that, though, a big thanks to you for support, Service. And also, I like to hear that you watched that movie. I hope it was as gory, well, not really gory, but as grim as I made it out to be. Because it's a warning message in a movie. But beyond that, though, I'll have to say I'll have to take a look into that book. And also, take a look at the show as well. I haven't heard of that before, but it sounds like it might be interesting. And a big thanks to your support and help with the channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one goes to Joe Hobo, who puts in the 7. He said there's 3 kinds of lies: lies, damn lies, and statistics.
You know, a lot of people say that, but the thing I've learned over time is that statistics generally don't lie. There might be a margin of error and a slight possible skew, like we were looking at with like the reporting percentages, but generally I say that statistics are fairly accurate to work with because it's the best read that we have on what something really is and isn't. Outside of that, it's all arbitrary and it's just opinions and feelings. And I would say that statistics, even if they are somewhat unreliable, are far better than feelings and emotions in making decisions, at least in my opinion. But a big thanks to you for support and help this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on the next one.
And real quick to address the poll, it says, do you believe modern society is worse off now than prior generations of society, and why? It looks like the most popular option, 30% of the audience said, yes, it is worse off, and it's due to a lack of community. While 27% said it is worse off and it's due to economic conditions, the reason why it's worse off. 20% said it's due to crime and living conditions that it's gotten worse. And only 22% of the audience said no, modern society is better now.
Man, I'm still in the category of, well, I would actually be with the yes, it's due to economic conditions. But I really wouldn't be there for the lack of community or living conditions. I would say that in economics, like it is a fact, like statistically, that it is worse now than it was back then. A lot worse. But outside of that, generally, like the crime side of things, I just don't see it. Like I really don't. At least to me. At least to me. That's just me. That's just me, folks. That's just me. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one goes to Justin R, who puts in a 5. He said Ukraine struck an Iranian boat in the Caspian.
And they did. It was something else too. We actually covered that one. I actually threw it in before we covered it, though. You threw that literally in the intro. But a huge thanks to you for support and help with this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Clay Shipman. And Clay said, could Ukraine sabotage North Korea as they essentially enter the war?
Sadly, not really. North Korea is actually something out of the reach of Ukraine in most of their abilities. It would also be hard for the Ukrainians to get a special forces team in because a whole bunch of guys who look like Drapati aren't really going to blend in with the North Korean populace a whole lot if they try and do any SOF stuff. Sadly, I don't really think they can do a whole lot to try and sabotage North Korea. But a big thanks to your support and help with this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Alan DB. He said the army of the starved.
The army of the starving. That's why I call the Korean People's Army the army of the starving. And big thanks to you once again, and we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Hednar, and he's got a joke here. It's so good that HR wanted to hear it. But thank you very much, Hednar, for that $5 support, and we do appreciate that very much. We also have a 5 from Game Theory once again. He said, oh goodness, Game Theory is putting in the defamation special.
Oh,
I don't know if we can say this one, Game Theory. I think it might get us in trouble to say this one right here. They might be coming after his big league, huh?
I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm not doing it. Like, hold on, man. That one, man, you can't touch that one. Like, I would say, I see what you're saying, but we cannot repeat that on air for that reason. But a big thanks to your support. We hope that addresses that the best we can, nonetheless. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a £5 support from Butchie, and thank you very much, Butchie, from the UK for that $5 support right there. We do appreciate that, and also the super sticker of the creature really grinding down the road on wheels, apparently.
Hey,
but thank you, Butchie, for that support right there. We also have a 5 from Game Theory once again. He said, "Do you think the administration started the Iran war to rally the people?"
Oh no, it's done far opposite of that. Like I think also the president really isn't a rallying the kind of a people person. He's more of like a kind of like divide the people kind of a person. Like I've never seen someone in one breath of air somehow say that they're uniting the people while also dividing the people even farther. That's a common trend in politics these days in general, but I would say he's probably the best at doing that. So a big thanks to your support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Thomas Ayer. He said, in theory, how long would it take American industrial complex to ramp up or switch to more cost-efficient wartime?
It would take a while. It's not going to be a short while. I believe most mobilization stats from the First World War and the Second World War, if we're talking about that level of a mobilization, I believe it took usually like about a year a year and 3/4 or almost 2 years to get the nation fully mobilized at that level. So what we're looking at today, that would still at least take over a year probably, and knowing how it is in the modern day, it'd probably be about 2 years. But a big thanks to you for support. I hope that does answer that question, at least the best I can with what I know. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Chris Feilbach. He said, since we're saying things we can't say, you guys missed a joke opportunity with that Saudi Arabian city in Mujtaba.
Oh, you know what? We did. We did, sadly. But a big thanks to you for support and helping the channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Ashton de Rojas, who said, you're talking about a military-industrial complex so corrupt and so bloated they spend tens of thousands of dollars for bolts.
Hey, now, those are titanium bolts. Do you know how much machining goes into, like, doing anything with titanium? It's ridiculous. Like, I would say the price is still heavily inflated, but a titanium bolt is not going to cost as much as a steel bolt. It is going to be a good bit more expensive. Let's look. Let's see. Titanium.
We don't have the time to look.
I got to. Oh, wait a minute, hang on. What? You can get one for $2 to $37. Okay, yeah, they're getting ripped off. Like they're getting ripped off. You can get them for $37 online. A titanium bolt, literally like titanium through and through. But anyways, a big thanks to your support, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Mark Fanberg. He said, decisively indecisive.
Amen. And a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Flamingo. He said, hello there, sir, 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 sir. He says, I don't have any cards. And then he hit Iran's boat. Can you imagine? He hit Iran. He has cards. He has flamingos.
Can you believe it? Honestly, I cannot. It's absolutely pitiful. What he's doing, he's running the country into a bad place. It's not that great, not that good. I don't like to see it. But I thank you greatly for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from EJ Kress. He said, unfortunately, look at Dan's Railroad 2011. I have 25 auto racks and 22 railroaders. I need to graffiti and weather and keep up the good work. I'm a Norfolk Southern fan.
Norfolk Southern was your function. And I gotta thank you so much for the support, EJ Crest. I'm also a Norfolk Southern fan myself. That's the main thing that I'm trying to model is the Norfolk Southern in the Birmingham area in Alabama. But beyond that, though, I gotta thank you greatly for the support. I would look at that, but sadly, we're running low on time, greatly low on time. And also, we gotta weather them auto racks. It's just what we got to do. And so a big thanks to you for support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Justin. He said, here's one for the effort and keep up the good work like you'd ever stop, LOL, and cheers.
You got it dead on the nail. Like we'd ever stop. I don't mean to go crazy here, but I gotta tell y'all, folks, these streams are long these days. Like almost all of them are running like 4 hours. And we always try and make them as short as we can, and they still end up getting this long. We'll never stop working, though. We love what we do. And a big thanks to your support. I thank you greatly for that once again. Amazingly, in fact. And with that, we're on to the next one.
These streams would be a lot shorter if you just agree. That's as simple as it should be. You should just agree. That's as simple as it should be. It's called a yes man. It's called a yes man. It's not a no man. We don't like no man. That's not good. No man's land. That's what they call it. That's not a good place. But you got to be a yes man. That's what they call it. Yes to me, but not them. But we also have here a $5 support from Game Theory. He said, drop some nasty lettuce on Iran.
I hope for all those people who got that lettuce poisoning here in this country that they make it through in the name of the law. And a big thanks to you for support, and we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Keith Sires who said, I'm beautiful until I look in the mirror.
Man, that's real. I mean, honestly, same. Like that's man, but a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have another 5 from Keith. He said, my dad developed the petrochemical industry in Iran and patented the process for phosphoric acid.
Really?
For real? I can't tell if he's joking in that first part or not. Is he joking or is he being serious?
I don't know. Like I actually don't know. I can't read sarcasm in text either. So I'm having a hard time with that myself. I'm like, I don't know if that's true or not, but that's interesting to hear if that is true. A big thanks to you for the support, and we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Barry Pies. He said, have something healthy on me and check out Malbork train station. Malbork Castle is the largest in the world measured by the land area, and keep up the good work in LSA.
Malbork, you know what? I think we have time for that, don't we? Don't we, huh? That is a pretty big train station right there, Malbork right there. Wow. Where's the castle? Oh, here it is. Malbork Castle. Would you look at that? Beautiful place. Beautiful. Beautiful. Good golly. That's a nice looking castle. And a big thanks to you for supporting. How about the sound to keep it running? With that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from the Secret Vault. He said, what do you think of the recent UAP disclosures in LSA?
The UAP, is that like the UFO alien thing, possibly? That whole thing?
Unidentified aerial phenomenon.
Well, I thank you so much greatly for the support, but generally I don't believe in UFOs, aliens, or anything like this. Probably military technology, honestly, and if it is aliens, they're not really bothering us, so whatever. But a big thanks to you for the support, and help the channel to keep it running. With that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Christian Noriega, and thank you, Christian, as well. He said, I don't know about you guys, but I'm keeping my eyes on China. They've done so many things to America, like that little bug that flew around, the spy balloon, the other thing, the map, insects plague and damaged our crops. And they're poisoning the water hole.
Somebody is poisoning the water hole. Man, like, there's a snake in my boot. It's the damn Chinese Communist Party. But honestly, I kind of have the same sentiment generally. I'm not a big fan of the Chinese Communist Party or the People's Republic of China. And a big thanks to you for support and up with the channel to keep it running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Cerberus3, who said, do you think Jimothy will be safe if head of Department of Health finds out, or we're getting a new book and recall of all raccoons, barbecue? Thanks for the humor in the news, LSA.
Hey, we're always happy to help. And I gotta say, as far as Jimothy's going, Jimothy be all right. He's a local celebrity now. Not that saved that squirrel up in New York State, but y'all get the point. And a big thanks to you for support and help with this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $10 support from Loretta Flippo, and thank you, Loretta, for that 10. They said, just a joke. Take the 30,000 for North Korea and tell them we'll just feed you. Just fight. That's not even a joke. That's like what they actually do for real, though. That's not even a joke.
Have you ever seen ramyun? Man, that would get them to defect right there. Just one square meal right there. And big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from Blizath, and thank you, Blizath, as always, for that $2 support, and we do appreciate it very much. We also have a 2 from Robert Planting. He said, support independent journalism in LSA.
And I thank you for supporting independent journalism, because we are independent journalists. We are strong, independent journalists, and we love to keep this thing running, and we love to know that people help us to keep this thing running. So a big thanks to you once again. I hope that has addressed that well, and with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Flamingo, who said a heat advisory in effect.
It is actually out here. It's still pretty hot. It's so hot, it's hard to get out and do anything right now. So I kind of just stay inside and paint up my graffiti. But a big thanks to you so much once again for support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
I've heard there's a heat advisory in Iran, but it's just about to get real hot inside of Iran. Real hot. He said, sir, it's very hot inside of Iran. It's a hot place. No water. It's hot. It's like a desert or something. A desert. Not the stuff you eat at dinner. A lot of people get that confused. It's desert. Sand. That's what they call it. But our next one here goes to David Ford, who puts in it too, and said, every year, 0 to 2,500 people are killed by werewolves.
You know, you're not wrong. I mean, like, that is 0 to 2. Yeah, that's about right. But a big thanks to your support and help the channel to keep it running. With that, we're on the next one.
And with that, folks, it's now time to get our Morse code decoders and some live chat questions. We are running infamously over time tonight, unbelievably so. This one here goes to none other than Paul, Kevin, Mason, Johnny, Norm, Arabelle, Heroic, Fluffness, Coach, Commentary, Siren, Brian. They said a Morse code said Russia is getting cooked up like a stir fry or chop suey, or they don't stand a chance in LT, LSA. And
that's the sound of money. Y'all get that done now. Those more coming tonight. I get it greatly. These are in the quarter. You need the time correct time and time again, because you're always getting it correct every single night, every single day. And we're always amazingly impressed with that. Amazingly so. And so with that, it's time for us to get on into the third. Actually, we got one more super chat, but then we'll be on to the third one of the night. So what do we got here? What do we got?
We have a 2 from Flamingo. He said, hot days ahead. 3.
I would agree. It's going to be very hot indeed. And a big thanks to you so much once again for support and help the channel keep it running. With that, we're on to the next one. Third to last question of the night.
This one goes to Marie Jacobs. He said, I thought Russia was not sending weapons to Iran, and apparently you can't trust Putin at his word, and can somebody tell the U.S. leadership that? LLT LSA.
You're so funny. I wish they could. I wish they could tell him that, but for some reason the U.S. administration knows more than anyone else. They're the smartest person in the world. Yeah, for some reason, so many things keep getting by them that just shouldn't be. But a big thanks to you so much once again for bringing up such an interesting point. We'll have to keep that in mind. And with that, we're on the second last question of the night.
And this one goes to AF Kaplan. He said, instead of Iran trying to attack with missiles, could they instead activate the proxy forces to attack instead?
They could. It's possible. They could. And generally that's what they like to do, to try and conduct proxy wars where they don't have to get directly involved. So I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on the final question of the night. So who's the lucky last person to do it? And the lucky last question of the night?
And that viewer is going to be none other than, it's going to be Damon Smith. He said, do we have an update on the bill being voted on that would integrate the Israeli military with the U.S. military? I feel like it's not in the best interest.
I generally don't believe it's in our best interest either, and as far as I know, that bill is still making its way through the Senate, I believe, so it'll, of course, be passed and approved and all that magically, you know, la-di-da-di-da. But beyond that, though, I have to tell you that it's not in our national interest, in my opinion, either. So I hope that does address it the best I can, and with that, we've reached the end of tonight's stream. I got to thank each and every single one of y'all for being here tonight. It's an absolute honor and a pleasure to be able to keep the stream running each and every single night of y'all, every single day, 6 days a week at 10 p.m. Eastern Time, every day but Monday, and we'll be making sure to see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time for a Sunday night fundraiser, so that way we can make sure to support a nonprofit for a place in the world that we are covering basically every single day, whether it be the Middle East or Ukraine, we don't know yet. So with that in mind, we will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover that next 24 hours of news, and if there is a short war video to be, I'll be the one making that short war video. Hey! And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraine, Heroes Slava, long live the Legion Army, and long live the Republic. And also we have a $10 super chat from Raphael, and Raphael said, while my YouTube is crapping out, don't do that, don't crap out. Raphael said, hello, Enforcer, can you please find the Carpathia Express train, long live the Legion Army. I wish we could, but sadly we've run drastically over time, I tell you. We're exhausted, tired, I say. I've been working for 8 hours now. I've been working for 8 hours here. Oh man, I'm telling you. And tomorrow I might be working 10. You never know. You know, we never know what's going to be happening. But I do thank you greatly for the support, Raphael, and helping this channel to keep running. And we will see. Make sure to throw that into the live chat tomorrow, and we will see about taking a look at that in the next question segment tomorrow. And so with that, once again, long live the Spring Army, Slava Ukraine, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, a big shout out to the over 140,000 people that are here by the end of the stream. And we'll hope to see you all tomorrow night on our Sunday night fundraiser stream to raise some more money for a charity, which we'll have to pick tomorrow midday to put on that stream, by the way. And once again, a huge shout out to you all for being here once again tonight. And of course, Slava Ukraine, Heroes Slava, get some rest, and good night.